The year was 2016, and Viola Beach was an up-and-coming indie pop rock band on the verge of a mainstream breakthrough. Formed in Warrington, England, the group consisted of vocalist and rhythm guitarist Chris Leonard, lead guitarist River Reeves, drummer Jack Dakin, and bass player Thomas Lowe. Their sound was very in vogue for the time, and they were beginning to make a name for themselves, with plans for an international tour and a coveted slot at Glastonbury, one of the world's biggest music festivals. Certainly the biggest in the UK. But before any of that, the band was scheduled to play at the Where's the Music Festival in Norrköping, Sweden. Their slot ended at around midnight on February 12th, at which point the band went backstage and relaxed for a short while. It was then that somebody snapped this photo of all 4 members. This should have just been another of the many pictures of the group living their dream. Instead, it would be the last image of all 4 members living at all, one taken less than 2 hours before the unthinkable. After performing at the festival, the group began driving back to their hotel in Stockholm in the early morning hours. Craig Tarry, the band's 32-year-old manager, was behind the wheel of their rented Nissan Qashqai. At 2:01 AM, their car was caught on CCTV approaching traffic on the motorway. A row of cars ahead of them had stopped as the upcoming bridge was being raised to accommodate a shipping vessel. This was made obvious by a set of blinking yellow lights and 2 closed safety barriers. The surveillance footage shows the group's car slowing down slightly before accelerating down a narrow hard shoulder towards the bridge. But rather than come to a stop like all of the other cars and wait for the bridge to be lowered back down again, Craig accelerated, hitting the 2 barriers in the process and driving the car through a gap under the bridge, with the top section of the vehicle smashing into the part-raised structure at 56 miles an hour. The Nissan Qashqai somersaulted 80 feet into the shipping canal. Chris, River, Jack, and their driver Craig all perished on impact, while Thomas drowned in the cold water below. Craig's toxicology report came back clean, and he should have been completely fit to drive. The car itself had no mechanical issues. The road was wet, but not covered in ice. The exact circumstances that led to the crash remain shrouded in uncertainty, though the unusual engineering of the bridge may have had something to do with it. When most people think of a bridge being raised, they imagine a tilt bridge, one that tilts upwards from both sides to create a space in the middle. But this particular bridge didn't tilt. It raised. Some suspect that Craig had fallen asleep at the wheel, but that doesn't fit into the investigation's findings. If there was maneuvering to get around the stationary vehicles, Craig must have been awake when he accelerated towards the bridge. An inquest also found that Craig would have had enough time to stop the vehicle after hitting the first safety barrier. That is, unless he woke up seconds before the crash, saw the blinking lights as the bridge was rising, and, confused and running on instinct, sped up in an attempt to jump what he thought was a tilt bridge. One of the investigators working the case, Lars Berglund, has his own thoughts about what happened. My theory is that Craig was inattentive for some reason, perhaps talking on a mobile phone or turning around to the others in the car, and he didn't see the barrier in time. He might have been knocked out after hitting the first barrier with his foot on the accelerator. Still, that's completely speculative, and despite reconstructions of the event and countless hours of detective work, the authorities still can't say with certainty what led to Craig accelerating to his and his friends' doom. Viola Beach's self-titled debut album was released posthumously in July 2016. March 18th, 1991. 2-year-old Tommy Dean Gibson was last seen playing in the front yard of his family's rural residence in Azalea, Oregon. That was at 11:30 AM. At the time of Tommy's disappearance, his father, Larry Gibson, was working as a Douglas County deputy sheriff. Larry went for a jog around the family property in the late morning, carrying a handgun to shoot stray cats that had set up camp close to the household. According to Larry, while out on his jog, he fired a shot at a cat, but missed the animal. He then continued jogging, returning home around 45 minutes later. It was then that he discovered his son was missing. the family reached out to law enforcement later that day to initiate a search of the property. Larry was advised not to report to work at the sheriff's office, but apparently dressed in his uniform and left the family property for about 25 minutes during the investigation. Larry claimed that his 4-year-old daughter had witnessed an unidentified couple arriving in their driveway and taking Thomas. He told investigators that he was checking a local rest stop for signs of Thomas or the couple. While members of the local community helped to search for Thomas, Larry himself remained at home, and at one point even suggested that the searchers give up and go home due to approaching bad weather. A dead feline was later found on the family property, near where Thomas was last seen playing. Investigators believed that Larry's shot had actually struck the stray cat after all, but that the bullet passed through the cat and hit Thomas on the other side, ending his life instantly. They theorized that Larry had buried his son in an attempt to conceal what had happened. Larry consistently denied killing his son and maintained his innocence throughout the investigation. Following Tommy's disappearance, Larry resigned from the sheriff's office and relocated with his family to Montana. In 1994, he and his wife separated, with her taking their 3 other children back to Oregon. Larry's daughter, Karen, later altered her account of the incident, which led to her father being charged in connection with Tommy's case. According to Karen, who was 4 at the time of the incident, she hadn't witnessed 2 strangers come and steal Tommy, but instead had seen Larry striking him repeatedly that morning, and then placing him in a black plastic garbage bag, which he loaded into the rear of his patrol car before driving off with him. Karen later told relatives that she was scared her daddy was going to put her in a hole, though Larry's lawyers argued that she was coached to say this by her mother. Even though Tommy's remains were never discovered, Larry Gibson was later found guilty of second-degree manslaughter for accidentally slaying his son. In the end, he only had to serve 12 months behind bars. He still vehemently denies any involvement in Tommy's demise, and, in his words, has dedicated his life to finding him since his release in 1996. Have you seen this man? Of course you have. This man is, well, this man. A guerrilla marketing ploy turned urban legend, famous the internet over, and who I talked at length about in my infamous Hoaxes Iceberg video. But how about this man? Have you seen him? For your sake, I hope not. This is the face of the Cape Intruder. Much like this man, he also made his appearances to people while they were fast asleep, dreaming in their beds. But unlike his uncanny counterpart, the Cape Intruder was, actually, real. Cape Elizabeth, Maine. An affluent and picturesque town with next to no criminal activity. The type of place where residents left their doors and windows unlocked at night. But that all changed in 2005. Throughout that year, many local households were visited by the same shadowy individual, the Cape Intruder. In the dead of night, this still unidentified man would creep into the homes of sleeping families and singletons alike, silently make his way into their bedrooms, and then just stand there and watch them sleep. In some cases, the residents he targeted would wake up in the middle of the night and see this sinister figure standing right beside their bed, looming over them, eyes wide, body motionless. The man always escaped before anyone could subdue him. As the year went on, the local authorities received dozens of reports from terrified locals who had all awoken to see this man watching them. Paranoia soon swept through Cape Elizabeth, with everyone wondering if they had been visited by the same man and just hadn't realized. After all, he never moved or touched anything. The only things he stole were his victims' privacy and their sense of safety. It's unknown how many homes he snuck into exactly, or how many sleeping people he gazed upon. For all we know, the majority of his victims never even noticed his presence. Those fortunate, or unfortunate enough, to wake up and actually meet the intruder face to face described him to a police sketch artist, who came up with this composite of the Cape Intruder, though most locals referred to him by a different moniker: the Sleep Watcher. He was a young male, likely in his 20s, who stood around 5'10", had a medium build, short brown hair, and an expressionless face. The sketch was disseminated amongst the residents of Cape Elizabeth, and it generated about 10 tips from concerned callers who all thought they knew who the intruder was. Of the 10 callers, said Police Captain Brent Sinclair, 2 named the same person. Everybody seems to think it looks like someone they know or have seen. Despite investigating each lead thoroughly, no potential suspects were ever identified. The Sleep Watcher was obviously a creep, a potentially dangerous creep at that, but he wasn't stupid. He always gained access to each property silently and without being noticed. He never left behind any physical or forensic evidence, and whenever his victims woke up, he immediately fled the scene before they could shake off their grog and regain lucidity. Snuck around, didn't find out. It's theorized that the Sleep Watcher may have had somnophilia. That's to say, he derived pleasure from watching people sleep. This urge had in all likelihood grown so strong that he couldn't help but live out his fantasy. Although uncommon, a compulsion to watch others snooze isn't unheard of. The Manson family did something similar. They called it creepy crawling, and would enter people's homes to rearrange their furniture and watch the residents slumber. Some of you may also remember Mr. Sleepy People, a YouTuber who filmed himself licking the eyeballs of passed out women without their knowledge. A quick Google search will throw up dozens of cases where people have been caught inside the homes of unconscious people, watching them sleep. But in the vast majority of these cases, voyeurism was never the perp's main motivation. The Manson family's intention wasn't to just watch people sleep. By moving their personal effects, they were sending the homeowners a message that they could have taken their lives while they slept, but chose not to. Mr. Sleepy People no doubt enjoyed watching his targets as they drifted in the land of Nod, but it seems he got more enjoyment out of worming them. Don't look it up. Other intruders have been caught peeping at the sleeping, sure, but primarily they had come to steal the homeowner's possessions, and watching them was an afterthought. The Cape Intruder, however, was a rarity. He seemed to derive all of his pleasure from the simple act of watching alone. To combat the elusive intruder, the good people of Cape Elizabeth set up neighbourhood watch groups and patrolled the areas most heavily affected by his break-ins, but neither they nor the police were ever able to apprehend him. As soon as his case started receiving media attention, he gave up his nighttime hobby entirely and never struck again. At least, not to anyone's knowledge. Perhaps his activities ceased because locals began locking their doors and windows. Perhaps he feared that if he continued, he'd eventually be caught. Or maybe he really did continue to indulge in his twisted passion after all, and simply upped his game, or moved on to greener pastures. Some have theorized that the Cape Watcher may have also been responsible for another spate of intrusions. 3 years after this individual stopped operating in Cape Elizabeth, another man, dubbed the Halifax Sleep Watcher, began to draw a lot of attention in nearby Nova Scotia. Just like the Cape Intruder, the Halifax Sleep Watcher made a habit of sneaking into people's rooms and observing them as they slept. Unlike his predecessor though, the Halifax Sleep Watcher eventually progressed to touching the people he watched. However, he did match the physical description of the Cape Intruder almost perfectly. Is it possible then that the two were actually one and the same? It's hard to say with certainty, because, as mentioned, this kind of delinquency is far from unheard of. Regardless, given how much time has passed, the authorities have since decided to let sleeping dogs lie, and are no longer actively looking for either the Cape Intruder or the Halifax Sleep Watcher. It is a truly chilling thought though, to be visited by a stranger when you're at your most vulnerable. The thought of someone being inside your home at night, and you being totally unaware of their presence, is enough to make anyone's skin crawl. And while the Sleep Watcher's past victims all now sleep with one eye open, I suggest that tonight, before you go to bed, you double check that your doors are locked too. After all, this man is still out there. Craigslist has something of a reputation amongst true crime and horror fans on YouTube, and this next case exemplifies why. On the 24th of May, 2012, an anonymous user placed an ad on Craigslist, saying they were looking for a male actor to feature in a personal movie they were making. This actor needed to be good-looking, had to be a male between 18 and 35 years of age, and was required to send in photos of his face and body. Now, to most readers, it was obvious what this poster was actually advertising. Coming across an ad like this on Craigslist is hardly a rare occurrence, and so it didn't come off as unusually suspicious to most regular users. Several people responded to the post, though the one the advertiser selected for the job was 33-year-old Zhu Ling, otherwise known as Justin, a computer engineering student from China. He had arrived in Montreal in 2010 with limited English abilities, but quickly fell in love with the city for how safe and open it was. The thought that a monster could be lurking in its streets, or indeed on its online selling pages, hadn't occurred to him. The Craigslist ad had been placed by a 29-year-old man named Eric Newman, or as he had legally changed his name to, Luca Rocco Magnotta. His face may look familiar to you. He was the subject of the Netflix docuseries Don't Fuck with Cats, but we'll get onto that shortly. The same night the ad was posted, Zhu arrived at Luca's apartment on Decarie Boulevard. This surveillance footage shows the pair entering the building together at 10:17 PM. That was the last time Zhu Ling was ever seen alive. Unfortunately, Zhu was unaware of what type of person Luca Magnotta was. A man with past convictions for fraud and impersonation, amongst other things. A diagnosed schizophrenic, Luca received a disability allowance from the Canadian government, an income which he supplemented with money he made selling his body online to men. Luca had also performed in several blue movies by the time that he met Zhu, so you'd be forgiven for thinking that his Craigslist ad was a money-making ploy. Get some young, oblivious guy over, film a scene using a hidden camera, upload the video online, and profit. But that wasn't the type of movie he was planning on making. In the past, Luca had gotten into trouble for uploading videos of himself to the web. Videos in which he tormented and killed cats. 2 years prior, he had uploaded a video to YouTube titled One Boy, Two Kittens, in which he used a plastic bag and a vacuum cleaner to snuff out 2 felines. A second video showed him submerging a cat in a bath full of water until it expired. A third saw him feeding a cat to a python. Those who do terrible things to animals tend to move on to humans eventually, and Luca was no different. Mere hours after Zhu stepped into Luca's apartment, an 11-minute video appeared on various shadowy corners of the internet. You may have heard of it. One lunatic, one ice pick. The now infamous video showed Luca murdering an East Asian male tied up in his bed. Despite the video's title, the victim's life was actually taken using a screwdriver and a sharp kitchen blade. Luca repeatedly punctured the tied-up man using these tools before dismembering him. He then performed sexual acts on the remains. Luca then filmed himself using a knife and fork to remove some of the man's flesh and had his dog chew on the body. An extended cut apparently includes scenes of cannibalism. Throughout the clip, New Order's True Faith can be heard playing in the background. Concerned viewers tried to report this home movie to the authorities, but they initially brushed it off as a hoax. However, when it came to light that this was a legitimate snuff film, it didn't take the police long to link the victim in the footage to human remains found across Canada. As you've probably guessed, it was Zhu Ling. As would come to light, Luca had advertised the release of his home movie online 10 days before he actually took Zhu's life. This hadn't been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Luca had been planning to commit a slaying for quite some time, and taking a stranger's life was just the start of his morbid plan. After killing Jun and filming the entire incident, he proceeded to dispose of the body. Notice the yellow shirt that Jun was wearing when he arrived at Luca's apartment that night. Luca was wearing it the following day as he threw pieces of Jun into the garbage. Luca also disposed of several tools outside his own apartment, including a pair of scissors, 2 blades, a screwdriver, an oscillating saw, and a hammer. Several days after One Lunatic, One Ice Pick was uploaded, Jun's torso was found in a suitcase outside an apartment building in Snowdon. Luca mailed the rest of Jun's remains to various schools and government buildings across Canada. A package containing Jun's right foot was delivered to St. George's School in Vancouver. His left foot was delivered to the national headquarters of the Conservative Party of Canada. The box had been marked with a love heart. His right hand was mailed to False Creek Elementary School. A final parcel containing Jun's left hand, addressed to the Liberal Party, was intercepted in a processing facility. Finally, on June 1st, Jun's head was found at the edge of a small lake in Unrignon Park, Montreal. Detectives had now collected all of Jun's missing pieces. Now all they had to do was piece together where Luca had fled to. The day after slaying Jun, Luca had bought himself a plane ticket to Paris, France. On May 31st, 2012, Interpol issued a red notice for his arrest and extradition. Using a fake passport with the name Kirk Trammell, Luca had been able to travel across Europe and eventually wound up in Berlin, Germany. He was finally captured on June 4th inside an internet cafe, reading articles about himself online. After being flown back to Montreal, Luca pled not guilty to all of the charges brought against him, including first-degree murder and committing an indignity to a body. Although he accepted that he had committed all of the acts he was accused of, he claimed diminished responsibility due to his mental illnesses, which included borderline personality disorder and paranoid schizophrenia. He said that a man called Manny was inside his room with him on the night of Jun's slaying, urging him to go through with the slaughter. Both Manny and Lucas's alias, Trammell, were characters from the movie Basic Instinct. In that film, there's a murder scene that involves a silver ice pick. Prosecutors suggested that Luca had been inspired by his favourite film and painted his black screwdriver silver to resemble the ice pick used in that scene. Ultimately, Luca Magnotta was found guilty of all charges and was given a life sentence. He'll be eligible for parole after serving 25 years. It seems Luca is enjoying his time behind bars though. "I'm outside the majority of the time. I play a lot of video games," he said. "We all have our own TVs. I have painting classes and I exercise a lot. I practice language studies. People need to be proud of their accomplishments. Know your value and share it with everyone." While in jail, he signed up to an inmate dating website, Canadian Inmates Connect. He married a fellow inmate in 2017, and his mother continues to campaign for his early release. Interim Liberal leader Bob Ray asked Canadians to stop focusing on Luca Magnotta and instead remember the victim, Jun Lin. "Let's not forget that a young man was killed in the most terrible of circumstances," said Mr. Ray. "He came to Canada to improve himself and to improve his life, and now he's gone. His family in China is mourning, and his friends are in mourning, and all of Canada should be mourning for the person we've lost, rather than celebrating the notoriety of Mr. Magnotta." Jun Lin was known for his ambition, kindness, and aspirations for a better future. We can only grieve the fact that his own future was taken away from him in such a cruel manner. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with the story of Marianne Bachmeier, but it's one that's definitely worth sharing. Marianne was born in 1950 and had grown up in West Germany in an extremely strict household. During her teenage years, she was described by many as a troubled adolescent, often staying out well into the early hours and arguing with her mother, who eventually kicked Marianne out of the house. Shortly thereafter, Marianne would have her first child at the age of just 16, and her second at 18. Both were put up for adoption. At 23, she had her third child, Anna, who she chose to raise by herself. Since she couldn't afford a nanny, Marianne would take Anna to the pub where she worked at and partied at each day. As the years went by, it became clear that the mother and daughter were developing a dysfunctional relationship. Anna was often left to take care of herself while her mother socialized through the night and slept through the day. It's been said that Marianne treated Anna more like a little adult than a child. In 1980, Anna had developed into a bright and vibrant 7-year-old, though one who was still unhappy with her home life, or perhaps I should say, pub life. The friction between her and her mother had only grown over the years, and on the morning of May 5th, the pair had gotten into an argument. As a result, Anna decided to skip school that day, and instead chose to go and visit a friend of hers and calm down. Almost immediately after leaving her home in Lübeck, Anna was approached by one of her neighbors, a 35-year-old butcher named Klaus Grabowski. He told the youngster that he had several cats in his apartment and asked if she would like to come and play with them for a while. Oblivious to his true intentions, Anna said yes. I won't go over all of the things that Klaus did to Anna over those next few hours. They're just too horrific for me to talk about. But as you've probably guessed, he would end up taking the youngster's life. He then bound Anna with rope and placed her inside a box, one which he left on the shores of a nearby canal. But although Klaus was a monster, his fiancée, thankfully, wasn't. When she returned to the apartment after work that evening, she realized something was off, and eventually learned of what Klaus had done to Anna. She immediately contacted the authorities. Anna's body was swiftly found by the canal, and Klaus was charged with her slaying. The news devastated her mother, Marianne. Although she had a fractious relationship with her daughter, she of course loved her deeply, and she wasn't going to let her killer get away with what he had done. Klaus Grabowski's trial began on March 3rd, 1981, where he testified that he had a good reason to take Anna's life. He claimed that on the morning of May 5th, Anna had left her home, knocked on his door, and then made advances towards him. He was weak and allowed himself to be taken advantage of. According to Klaus, Anna then tried to blackmail him out of all of his money, saying that she'd tell the authorities what he had done if he didn't pay up. Outraged by his obvious lie, Marianne decided to end this creep's existence. This photo of Marianne wearing a long coat was snapped on March 6th as she entered the courthouse for the third day of the trial. What the image doesn't show, however, is what this vengeful mother was concealing under her coat in that very moment, and what she'd do with it just a mere minutes later. The courtroom was packed to the brim that morning, with Klaus Grabowski standing with his back to the room at the far end. Without hesitation, Marianne positioned herself, withdrew her .22 caliber Beretta, which she had snuck in under her coat, and fired 8 shots at Klaus. 7 hit their target, ending the life of Klaus Grabowski. Marianne was immediately taken into custody without resistance. Needless to say, Marianne's case generated massive headlines, both in Germany and overseas. Some publications condemned her actions, saying that although they understood her motive, Klaus had a right to a fair trial, and it was up to a jury to decide his fate, not a vigilante. Others, however, sided with her, stating that she had done the right thing by avenging her daughter. One person who arguably agreed with the latter opinion was the judge presiding over Marianne's trial. Although she had been found guilty of premeditated manslaughter, he sentenced Marianne to just 6 years, and she was paroled in June of 1985 after serving just 2 years and 10 months. Marianne Bachmeier passed away on September 17, 1996, at the young age of just 46. She's buried in Lübeck, alongside her daughter, Anna. Born in New York and raised in Florida, real estate agent Sasha Samsudin was known as the Cupid of apartment hunting.
Hey guys, I'm Sasha from 407apartments.com, and I'm also this year's AAGO Education Chair.
Fun, friendly, and a consummate professional, Sasha was a well-respected member of her local community who had helped countless people find a place to call home. As for her own digs, Sasha lived in downtown Orlando, in an apartment block ironically named Uptown Place. It was a secure building with numerous CCTV cameras, a security guard, and digital key codes for each individual apartment. On the evening of October 16th, 2015, a then 27-year-old Sasha went on a night out with friends, all of them decked out in purple shirts, celebrating their favourite football team's win that day. The group ended up at a nightclub called Attic, where they drank and danced the night away. At approximately 12:30 AM on October 17th, Sasha said goodbye to her pals and departed from the venue alone. One of her friends, Anthony Roper, had made breakfast plans with Sasha for later that morning, and so figured that he would see her again very soon. However, Sasha never showed up for breakfast. Thinking that was out of character, Anthony began calling and messaging Sasha to see where she was. She didn't answer, which again was unlike her.
It's very out of the ordinary to not hear from her, because Sasha is very active on social media, text messaging and everything. So I reached out to her closer friends. Nobody else had heard from her.
Concerned for her well-being, Anthony and two other friends went to Sasha's apartment later that day. The trio knocked on Sasha's door. When she didn't open it, Anthony called the police.
Hi, I need to fill out a missing persons report. We went to her apartment to go check. She's there, and she's on it.
And what is her first name?
Her first name is Sasha.
Officers arrived to conduct a wellness check at 8 PM that evening. They noted that there wasn't any sign of a forced entry, but upon gaining access to Sasha's apartment, they were immediately hit by the smell of bleach. It didn't take long for them to find Sasha's lifeless body in the bedroom, wrapped up in her comforter. The clothes covering her torso had been torn open. Her necklace was caught in her hair. The bottom half of her body was bare. The coroner determined that she had sustained injuries to the head and arms, but had ultimately been strangled until all of the life in her was snuffed out. Whoever had taken Sasha's life, they were almost certainly male, made obvious by the fact that they had left the toilet seat up. But despite having doused half the apartment with bleach in an attempt to destroy any physical evidence that he had left behind, this unknown killer had made several huge mistakes. On that very same toilet seat lid, detectives found 2 fingerprints which didn't belong to Sasha or anyone close to her. The perpetrator had also left behind a shoe imprint next to her bed, and his DNA was found on Sasha's body. Unfortunately, it didn't match with anyone on their system. Investigators began to question whether Sasha had met someone that night and invited them over. They turned their attention to the many CCTV cameras between Attic and Sasha's condominium, and despite it having been a very busy night in downtown Orlando, they were able to identify her and track her movements. Curiously, despite leaving the venue alone, Sasha was caught on camera walking with 2 other females. After an appeal, this duo would come forward. As it would turn out, these women had spotted Sasha stumbling home by herself, and worried about her, offered to get a taxi with her and drop her back home. Sasha took them up on their offer. The pair then watched as she walked up to her condominium. The building's security guard, a man named Stephen Duxbury, denied her entrance to the building since apparently he didn't recognize her. But according to these women, another resident entering the building vouched for her and led her inside. Following this, the authorities questioned that same security guard, Stephen Duxbury. According to him, after finally letting her into the building, Stephen later found Sasha trying and failing to enter her apartment. She was apparently so intoxicated that she couldn't remember the access code. She asked Stephen to walk her to a car outside so that she could get her backup key. However, before they got there, Sasha remembered the code and ran back to her door.
We went out and we didn't even go to any car because maybe 5 steps out. She's like, wait, I think I remember the code now. And then bring her back to the thing. She starts trying to punch in codes and it's still not working. At this point, I'm like, I gotta keep doing my job. I'm just gonna go do another suite. And if I come back and you're still not in your apartment, we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with the situation.
According to Stephen, as Sasha went to input her code, he did a sweep of the apartment. When he returned, Sasha was no longer there, and he assumed that she had finally gotten inside. Stephen claimed that he saw Sasha again that night, walking down a hallway, this time chatting with a man he had never seen before. That unknown man quickly became the investigators' prime suspect. Next, detectives looked at Sasha's phone history and learned that the last message she had ever sent before her slaying was to an ex-boyfriend named Ben. The two of them had been texting each other throughout that night, and Ben had asked Sasha if she'd like to meet him at a party. At 5:12 AM, however, Sasha sent him a text which simply read, "Ben." This was the last message that she ever sent. Ben was tracked down and questioned, but after voluntarily giving up a DNA sample and giving the authorities a concrete alibi, he was ruled out as a potential suspect. Eventually, the authorities were able to get their hands on Uptown Place's security recordings from the night of Sasha's demise. That footage would prove to be extremely revealing. At 1:46 AM, Sasha was seen entering the building, followed by the resident who let her in. This man follows Sasha and asks if she's okay. She was then seen stumbling up the stairs and disappeared from the camera's view for approximately 20 minutes. At 2:06 AM, she was again caught on camera, now running up another flight of stairs. This time pursued by the building's security guard, Stephen Duxbury. At 2:25 AM, he and Sasha were filmed walking together towards the building's parking lot, just as Stephen had told the investigators earlier. They're both seen re-entering the building after Sasha remembered her entrance code. So far, so innocent. However, they quickly realized that there wasn't any footage of Sasha walking down the hallways with an unknown male, as Stephen had told them. Here's where things get dark. At 5:13 AM, at almost exactly the same time Sasha sent her final ever message, security guard Stephen was caught moving in the direction of Sasha's apartment. At 6:36 AM, he was again seen exiting the building, this time carrying 2 trash bags, which he then placed in his car outside. At 6:39 AM, he clocked off from work and left the scene. Finding all that suspicious, detectives took a closer look and realized that the type of trash bag Stephen was carrying were the exact same type that Sasha kept in her apartment. Believing that he may have been removing evidence from the scene, investigators obtained a warrant to search Stephen Duxbury's house. Inside, they found a pair of shoes that matched perfectly with the print found near Sasha's bed. They also learned that his fingerprints matched perfectly with those found on Sasha's toilet seat, and the DNA found on her remains was also an exact match. A bite mark on Stephen's arm and scratches on his body suggested that somebody had recently fought back against him. Perhaps the most disturbing piece of evidence against Stephen, though, came when the police searched his phone records. Just a few short minutes before Sasha was killed, Stephen had Google searched how to override a quickset keypad lock, the exact same type of lock on Sasha's door. In the face of such a mountain of evidence, it took a jury only 4 hours of deliberation to find Stephen guilty of Sasha's murder. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. After looking at the footage, many believe that Sasha realized who Stephen really was underneath his uniform, and that she could sense the peril she was in. That she feigned forgetting her entrance code so that Stephen, who was sticking to her like glue, wouldn't be able to force himself inside her apartment. Only, in the end, he didn't let that stop him. Chillingly, Sasha Samsudin's life had been taken by the very person whose job it was to keep her safe. It's people like Stephen Duxbury that really churn your stomach. The monsters hiding among us, who pounce on any twisted opportunity they can find, and force the rest of us to question the motives of those around us, even those we should be able to trust. Perfect World, an MMORPG based on Chinese mythology and tradition, released in Europe and North America in 2008. Though not as popular in the West as many of its competitors like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, it still maintained an active and enthusiastic community of players that logged in almost every day to level and gear up. As anyone who's played an MMO for a prolonged period of time knows though, the games have a tendency to change quite dramatically over time. In some players' eyes, not for the better. That too was the case with Perfect World. As a result, a private server was established. Perfect World Void, a tweaked version of the game. Since MMOs typically have you rely on other players to tackle challenges, and since the Perfect World Void community was so small, a Discord server was set up for players to plan events, discuss tactics, agree on trades, and simply kick back and chat. Almost all of the server's members were familiar with one another, though naturally, some members were more talkative than others. None more so than a terminally online player who went by the username Manaz. Manaz had gained something of a reputation in the Perfect World Void community and was known for being an edgelord. He was frequently rude, dismissive, and confrontational, and often espoused his dislike for certain groups of people. He would also frequently make dark jokes about how he'd be going to jail in the near future, though nobody understood why. Some brushed his annoying contributions in the chat off as him being a troll and simply ignored him, though others took a firmer stance, especially when it came to his bigoted outbursts. This led to him being banned from the Discord server on at least one occasion, though he did manage to sweet-talk his way back in. In the offline world, the user behind the account was a man named Manaz Zaman, a 23-year-old from Markham, Ontario. His parents, Momotaz and Moniruz, had emigrated to Canada from Bangladesh in the late 80s in search of a more prosperous life. Manaz was born in 1996, followed by his sister, Melissa, in 1998. The family lived together, along with Momotaz's mother, in a 4-bedroom house just outside of Toronto. Given their cultural and economic background, Momotaz, and particularly Moniruz, encouraged their children to succeed at school and push for them to pursue high-paying careers. Expectations were high. A former high school friend of Manaz described him as an average Markham kid, and neighbours called him a helpful sweetheart and the family's golden child. Indeed, that did seem to be the case. Although academically gifted, his sister, Melissa, was rebellious and often disobeyed her father's strict rules, frequently sneaking out to go and party with her friends. This led to him locking her out of the house on more than one occasion. In contrast, Manaz was a quiet and reclusive young man who mostly kept to himself, and as such, his parents weren't too concerned about their golden child's comings and goings. In 2016, Manaz began his engineering studies at the prestigious York University and was set to graduate 3 years later. At least, that's what he'd been telling his family. In actuality, Manaz had never been accepted to study at York University. He had actually enrolled at the much less prestigious Seneca Community College, and had secretly dropped out after only 2 semesters. He hadn't had the heart to tell his parents, fearing how they might react, and as such, he continued to lie to them, maintaining that his studies at York were going well. It was a lie that he had kept up for years. In a post on Discord made in 2019, Manaz would later confess, "I started skipping uni the first year I entered. It was for mechanical engineering. Believe me, if I could rewind time, I would. But after failing half my classes, I had to repeat my courses. So for 3 years, I've been telling my parents I go to uni, when actually, I was hanging out at the mall 4 days a week. The mall's on the same route as my uni. I told my parents that my classes weren't that long, so I would just chill at the mall from 8 AM to 1 PM, while also going to the community gym." Manaz's afternoons and evenings were spent on the aptly named Perfect World, where he could escape the pressures of real life and assume a new identity, one over which he had full control. But Manaz had built himself a house of cards, one that would inevitably come tumbling down. After all, university degrees don't last forever, and his supposed graduation date was rapidly approaching, that date being July 28th, 2019. He couldn't let his secret slip, and so he hatched a plan, one so twisted and despicable it defies comprehension. In the weeks leading up to Judgment Day, as it were, Manaz changed his Discord username to things like subhuman and don't deserve life. His jokes became much darker, and his topics of conversation more bleak and toxic. As always, few paid his contributions much attention. That is, until July 27th, 2019, one day before his supposed graduation, when Manaz took to the Discord server and left a simple yet striking message. "Gonna kill my parents and go to jail, yo." Shortly after, he posted a photo of what appeared to be a dead woman, along with the caption, "This is my mum." Though many found the messages and picture unnerving, most assumed this was just another one of Manaz's dark pranks, that he had taken the image from some other website and was making a tasteless joke, one that would, in all likelihood, get him banned from the server yet again. They felt the same when he later shared a photo of another corpse, one which he claimed belonged to his grandmother. One user known as John, who knew Manaz better than most, thought otherwise. From the outset, John believed that Manaz was being serious and shared the photos with another user named Nicole, a criminal justice student with knowledge of forensics. She had little doubt that the photos were of real murder victims and that they weren't staged, but acknowledged the possibility that they could have been lifted from the internet, possibly from a shock site. Nicole attempted a reverse image search, but found no matching results, nor could she find any matching images on forensic databases. There were no results indicating that he had simply pulled them from some random site, Nicole recounted. This was the real deal. John shared these findings with the rest of the Perfect World Void Discord server. Now believing that the photos were originals, and concerned that he may kill again, if he hadn't already, the gamers banded together and set about bringing Manaz to justice as soon as possible. There was just one problem. Aside from his first name, they knew next to nothing about him. Not where he lived, how old he was, or even what he looked like IRL. Many tried contacting Manaz directly, but got nothing but radio silence in return. In an effort to figure out where he was located, the members contacted Junior, a Costa Rican player who had gotten to know Manaz better than anyone else on the server. Junior made repeated efforts to contact Manaz, sending him message after message, until he finally responded. "This may upset you, but I did it, and I'm gonna kill my father and sister next." "Are you turning yourself in?" "Yes, of course. I deserve punishment." "Wish you talked it out before doing it." "It's been my plan for 3 years. Literally told my parents my graduation date was July 28th. I couldn't have delayed it any longer." "Should have talked it out with them, dude. This act was truly selfish." "I agree." The Perfect World Void community were now in a race against time to stop Manaz before he could carry out his next set of slayings. They combed through his post history, and judging by the hours that he was most active, determined that he likely lived in the Eastern Standard Time Zone of North America. An examination of his IP address pointed to Toronto. Unbelievably, after taking his family members' lives, Menaz logged back into Perfect World to level up his character. This gave one of the admins an opportunity to trace a more precise IP address. This time, they managed to pinpoint a specific building on a particular street in Toronto. The group obtained a phone number for the landlord in the hope of identifying Menaz's apartment number. However, when they dialed the number, they realized that both the phone number and the associated address belonged to Menaz's internet service provider. What initially appeared to be a promising lead turned out to be a dead end, leaving them no closer to locating Menaz. Menaz continued to send more distressing messages to the Discord server. At 11:32 PM, he wrote, "I killed my mum and granny so far. Waiting for sister in 5 minutes, and then dad in 1 hour." As promised, Menaz came back online and sent John a picture of his lifeless sister, Melissa. This was accompanied by a photo of Menaz himself holding a blade, the one he had used to end the lives of his family members. Menaz told John that his sister had fought back for at least 10 minutes before he finished her. In an effort to at least save Menaz's father, Monirus, many users reached out to a member of the Discord server based in St. Paul, Minnesota, who, in turn, contacted their local police department. He was then directed to the Toronto Police Department, who were able to obtain Menaz's physical address. But this was too little, too late. "I've just slaughtered my entire family, and will most likely spend my life in jail if I manage to survive. I hope I made you all laugh at one point or another. I hope you remember the good times. I will miss you all." Knowing that the authorities had Menaz's address, the members of the Perfect World Void community kept him talking, distracting him so that he wouldn't be able to unalive himself or prepare for a final stand. This strategy worked. On July 28, 2019, police officers were dispatched to Castlemore Avenue in Markham. It was at that point that Menaz left his final message on the Perfect World Void Discord server. "Police are here. Goodbye." He immediately surrendered himself. When asked what they'd find inside the house, Menaz apathetically told officers, "You'll see." In various rooms, investigators discovered the lifeless bodies of Menaz's grandmother, Feroza, his sister, Melissa, his mother, Momotas, and his father, Monirus. They had all been hit over the head with a crowbar and then had their throats sliced open. Thankfully, the members of the Perfect World Void server had saved every single message and picture that Menaz had sent them, so although he refused to give investigators a motive for his actions, they only had to look at his online activity to piece the case together. "I did this because I don't want my parents to feel the shame of having a son like me. I chose to kill them instead out of cowardice. I know it might sound confusing, but what's done is done, and what had been planned has been concluded. I'm sorry if this makes you upset. Please try and remember the good times." In September 2020, Menaz pled guilty to 3 counts of first degree and 1 count of second degree. He was ultimately sentenced to life behind bars, without the possibility of parole, for 40 years. If he's ever released, he'll be a minimum of 64 years old. It's not unheard of for streamers to do atrocious things live on camera in the pursuit of clout, but this is the first time that I've come across one who has used a stream to cover up his off-camera atrocities. Northern Irish streamer Stephen McCullough, better known by his username VoteSaxon07, was a popular YouTuber who specialised in toy reviews. If you're a fan of Doctor Who memorabilia, you may have heard of him. And yet, despite his relatively frequent upload schedule, if you head over to his channel right now, you'll notice that his last video was posted about 3 weeks ago. Now, it's not unusual for YouTubers to take breaks to avoid burnout, but the reason behind Stephen's absence is much more sinister than that. On December 18th, 2022, the body of Stephen's girlfriend, 32-year-old Natalie McNally, was found inside her Silverwood Green home. She had been stabbed multiple times, and her hands and arms were covered in defensive wounds. Natalie was 15 weeks pregnant at the time of her slaying, and she had no doubt fought not only for her own life, but for that of her unborn sons. After examining the scene, investigators realized there were no signs of a forced entry, indicating that Natalie both knew and trusted her killer, at least well enough for her to unlock the door for them while she was home alone. In such cases, the victim's partner is usually considered the prime suspect. However, our man Stephen had a rock-solid alibi. At the exact time that the murder had taken place, he happened to be hosting a live stream on his YouTube channel. The 6-hour-long stream clearly showed Stephen in his Lisbon home playing video games on the night that his girlfriend was slain, and proved that he couldn't have been the person who took Natalie's life. Many of Stephen's subscribers had watched the stream live on December 18th, so if he were to ever be charged, there would be plenty of witnesses to speak in his defense and say that he was indeed home on the night that the slaying occurred. Irrefutable evidence of his innocence, you may be thinking. Well, initially, the investigators thought the same, and despite taking him in for questioning, they were forced to let Stephen walk free. That is, until some new, damning evidence came to light. Detectives decided to take a look at some of the CCTV footage from the night of the incident, captured in areas around Natalie McNally's home. And wouldn't you know it, a surveillance camera caught Stephen riding a bus from the scene of the crime. According to analysts, Stephen could be seen wearing a yellow rubber glove underneath a black glove as he paid the bus driver. That stuck out to investigators. Traces of a yellow marigold cleaning glove were found on a blood smear in Natalie's home. Well, after combing through more than 4,000 hours of footage from different surveillance cameras, detectives were able to trace all of Stephen's movements on December 18th, from when he arrived on Natalie's street at 8:52 p.m. to when he left her house at 9:30. To him taking a combination of public transport and a taxi back to his home. It was all there in grainy black and white. Stephen clearly was the man responsible for ending Natalie's life. And yet, that just didn't make sense. Thousands of people had watched Stephen playing video games in his home at the time of the incident. How could he have been in two places at once? Well, the simple answer is, he wasn't. Stephen's December 18th livestream had been pre-recorded. He had filmed the video days before he killed his partner and planned to use it as an alibi. Shortly before departing from his home and heading to Natalie's, Stephen began his fake stream, which he titled The Violent Night Christmas Live Gaming Stream. This went out to his viewers, who all believed that they were watching a live video. Natalie herself even liked Stephen's tweet announcing the stream was live, unaware that in that moment, he was on his way over to kill her. After looking at the video, there were a few signs that the stream itself had been pre-recorded. At the very beginning, for example, Stephen remarks that he won't be able to read the live chat due to technical difficulties.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. So, by all means, talk amongst yourselves. I could use my phone to dip in every now and again and check it, but I've decided that I kind of hate live streams where people just sit and read comments and go, "Oh my god, yes, ask me questions, better." And also, if I go on my phone for too long, I'll end up just scrolling through TikTok, and the amount of time that I've lost scrolling through TikTok is unbelievable. So yeah, phone's away. Can't look at the live chat for some bloody reason, because if I do, it makes the whole thing freeze and OBS just screws up.
Throughout the stream, he kept on awkwardly bringing up the fact that he wouldn't be interacting with the chat. Obviously, because for him, there was no live chat for him to be interacting with. That didn't stop his viewers from typing away during the pre-recorded stream though, all of them oblivious to the fact that they weren't watching their favourite YouTuber live, but actually the recording of a cold and calculated killer, using them for an alibi. Throughout this live stream, Stephen even seemed to drop little hints about his plan. 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 24 seconds into the video, while Stephen is supposedly taking a break, he flashes a "No Time to Die" poster on the screen. After the break ends, he smirks and says it was a simple mistake. Given when Stephen began his pre-recorded stream, that "No Time to Die" image would have appeared at 9:26 PM, the time that Natalie's killer was inside her home, murdering her. At a different point, he even says Natalie's name outright.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the real world. Abso-fucking-notly. Abso-fucking-notly.
So why would Stephen leave these seemingly intentional hints throughout the video? Narcissism, perhaps? Duper's delight? Or perhaps he wanted people to pick up on them? Who can say? When detectives seized Stephen's computer, they found the video of the staged livestream, and the metadata proved that it had been filmed 4 days before the killing. They also learned that following the slaying, Stephen visited Natalie's parents and left his phone behind at their house on record. This was his makeshift bugging device, so he could determine whether they suspected him or not. He returned 40 minutes later to collect his phone, which he pretended he had left behind by accident. On February 2nd of this year, Stephen was charged with Natalie's murder. During his first court hearing, he admitted to striking a previous romantic partner in the face back in 2019, and also to faking the livestream on his channel, though he vehemently denied having anything to do with Natalie's demise. Now it seems that his video alibi is going to be used as proof of premeditation. It's important to note that this case is still fresh and ongoing, and that Stephen is yet to stand trial and be found guilty. But with such a mountain of evidence against him, I think it's safe to say that the right man's been charged. Now the only question is, what compelled him to take the life of his pregnant partner? His excuse, whatever it may be, is of course irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that 2 innocent lives were taken by a cold and calculating individual who no doubt thought he was smart enough to get away with his actions. Stephen's infamous livestream is still up on his channel. Watching it now, knowing why he made it and what he was planning, is unsettling, to say the least.
Attack, panic, attack. That's what we're doing.
A big shout out to Moondog151 over on Reddit, whose write-up of this case was an invaluable resource. The year was 1994. Born and raised in Beijing, China, 19-year-old Zhu Ling was a bright spark with an equally bright future ahead of her. Described by her classmates as attractive, intelligent, and gifted, Zhu wasn't only talented in music and sports, but was also a smart cookie who was majoring in physical chemistry at Tsinghua University. In many respects, she was following in the footsteps of her scientifically gifted elder sister, who studied biology at the prestigious Peking University. Studied. Past tense. Unfortunately, tragedy had rocked the lives of the Ling family back in April 1989, when Zhu's sister disappeared during a hike with her classmates. Her remains were discovered 3 days later at the bottom of a cliff. She had accidentally fallen to her doom. And now, just 2 years later, disaster was about to strike the Lings again. In October 1994, Zhu Ling began suffering from blurred vision and even temporary blindness. Despite being thoroughly examined, doctors weren't able to determine the root cause of her eye problems. By November, the symptoms of whatever Zhu's ailment was worsened. She began suffering from extreme stomach cramps, which made it impossible for her to eat. By late December, her hair was falling out in large clumps. Doctors ran test after test on Zhu during her stint in the hospital, but they all came back clear. Unsure of how else to proceed, they treated her with antibiotics and traditional Chinese medicine. By January, Zhu had made a full recovery. Her pain had ceased, her hair was beginning to grow back, and she was able to resume her studies at university on February 20th when the new semester began. Her 2 months of hell were over, and she could finally get on with her life. Just 1 week after returning to uni, however, on February 27th, 1995, Zhu's health once again took a sudden and unexpected turn for the worse. She developed extreme pain in her legs, calves, and feet, and over the course of a month or so, that pain only became more and more severe, spreading all the way up to her waist. By the time she was admitted to hospital, the palms of her hands and soles of her feet were burning bright red. Her hair was once again falling out, and her reflexes were much slower. Still baffled, her physicians didn't bother running any more tests, and instead simply tried to treat her symptoms. This proved fruitless. Over the course of a week, her condition rapidly deteriorated. She started suffering from a loss of muscular eye control, and her face became partially paralyzed. Her speech became slurred. Soon, even something as simple as drinking water became a painful challenge. Eventually, she could no longer breathe on her own and had to be placed on a ventilator. Evidently, the doctor's medicines weren't working. In March of that year, Zhu slipped into a coma, during which time her condition only got worse. Since the doctors clearly didn't know how to treat Zhu, her classmates posted an SOS letter on a number of different internet usernet groups. Their posts detailed her symptoms. They received more than 1,500 responses from people in 18 different countries. Roughly 1/3 proposed that Zhu was suffering from thallium poisoning. Known as the poisoner's poison, thallium is a metallic element that's highly toxic to humans. It's colorless, odorless, tasteless, and readily absorbed through the skin. The symptoms are slow-acting, painful, and wide-ranging, and most notably include peripheral nerve damage and hair loss. Zhu's classmates made her doctors in China aware of the possibility of thallium poisoning. The doctors ignored them completely and continued to pump Zhu full of antibiotics and antivirals. After all, Zhu didn't have any contact with thallium during her studies, so that was likely not what she was suffering from. Convinced that the internet users were correct, Zhu's family secretly obtained samples of her hair and sent them to a control center in Beijing for testing. Specialists got back to them with the results. As it turned out, the amount of thallium in Zhu's body was 10,000 times greater than a normal person's. There was no way she could have ingested it accidentally. After being shown the control center's report, Zhu's doctors finally gave in. Experts from around the world were contacted, and they advised treating the sick young woman with Prussian blue, a solid ion exchange material which absorbs thallium. In the end, Zhu's doctors were able to save her life, but at a heavy cost. Zhu awoke from her coma in August 1995. Unfortunately, she wasn't the same person she had been before her long sleep. Her central and peripheral nervous systems were damaged beyond repair. She was rendered near blind, had lost the ability to speak, and was left with the IQ of a 6-year-old. In short, both her promising future and quality of life had been taken away from her. Zhu was released from hospital in November 1995, and to this day remains in the care of her parents. Her condition has never improved. It was later determined that Zhu had repeatedly been exposed to thallium over the course of about 4 months, and that in the last 2 weeks of exposure, the thallium had been placed inside her food, dramatically ramping up the severity of her symptoms. Given that foul play was strongly suspected, detectives began investigating who had poisoned Zhu, how they had gotten it into her system, and why they wanted to end her life in the first place. To begin with, they paid a visit to Zhu's dormitory at university, only to learn that at some point in late April or early May, several items had been stolen from her room. These included her bath soap, shampoo, lipstick, contact lens case, and drinking glasses. Investigators have speculated that her poisoner laced the contents of each of these items with thallium, and that Zhu inadvertently ingested the substance via bodily contact. The investigators learned that only 200 people in all of Beijing had access to thallium, and it didn't take them long to set their sights on one suspect in particular, Sun Wei, a classmate of Zhu's who just so happened to be one of her 3 dorm mates. Of all of the students with a close relationship with Zhu, Sun was the only one to have official access to thallium. In fact, she was one of just 8 people at the university who could get their hands on the stuff. Everything seemed to point towards her as the perpetrator. There was just one problem. There wasn't a motive. After interviewing Sun and all of Zhu's other classmates and dorm mates, it became clear that the 2 girls actually got along very well. Aside from the circumstantial fact that Sun had access to thallium, there wasn't any concrete evidence to link her to Zhu's poisoning. Some began to question whether Sun really was the person responsible for ruining Zhu's life, or whether she was simply being used as a scapegoat. After all, despite the university claiming that the thallium supply was secure and accessible only by those with permission, other students have confirmed that pretty much anyone with enough determination could have entered the labs and stolen some. Due to a lack of evidence, Sun Wei was never charged in Zhu's case. Nor was anyone else for that matter. Mainly because nobody else was ever properly investigated. Just because Sun wasn't charged though, that doesn't clear her of suspicion. If anyone would have had the power to escape justice, it would have been Sun. Her grandfather was a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Committee. Her cousin was the former deputy mayor of Beijing. She came from a powerful family. When Sun was re-questioned in 1997, the detectives working the case asked her why she had checked out a book on thallium shortly before Zhu fell sick. At that point, her parents showed up and terminated the interrogation. Sun Wei went on to change her legal name and legal date of birth. She married an American and moved to the United States. In 2005, Sun broke almost 10 years of silence on the subject. She took to the internet to say that the police had cleared her as a suspect. They hadn't, and that she didn't have a motive to harm Zhu anyway. She did. A former classmate later explained that despite appearances, Zhu and Sun were actually rivals. Shortly before the first round of poisoning, Zhu had defeated Sun in a student election. The latter was apparently very bitter about the result. In this former classmate's words, Sun was simply a terrible person altogether. Rude, entitled, and unconcerned with the problems of others. In 2013, Zhu's case began to receive a lot of attention once again after a male student in China killed his classmate using poison. Recalling the incident that had occurred at Tsinghua University years prior, many internet users began looking up details about Zhu as well, only to discover that the government had blocked all mention of her name on social media platforms. Public outrage led to this ban being lifted, and all of a sudden, there was a renewed interest in Zhu's case. In September 2013, 17 years after Zhu had slipped into her coma, her parents received a mysterious letter in the post. The note alleged that Zhu hadn't been poisoned by one individual at all, but by a group of students who all held a grudge against her. Here's an abridged reading of that letter.
To Zhu Lin's parents. Recently, the community's been speculating about your daughter again. As a person who knows a little about it, I always felt that your daughter was the one at fault. If she hadn't disturbed other people's rest, she wouldn't have been poisoned and maimed collectively by her fellow dormitory members. The main thing in life is karma. One's own evil cause bears the evil fruit of today. Your daughter had been affecting the sleep of others for more than 2 years. The dormitory was in a state of semi-collapse and couldn't tolerate it any longer. If Zhu continued disturbing their slumber, they were at risk of having nervous breakdowns. There was a case here in Los Angeles. A man's neighbors were making so much noise that he couldn't sleep. They wouldn't listen to reason, so he killed them. The court found him not guilty. He didn't spend a day in jail. If your daughter's case was in the US, it's highly likely that her poisoners would have escaped justice too. With enough justification, they can get away with anything. Your daughter was wrong in the first place. Tsinghua University didn't act to correct her behavior. They were wrong in the second, and her poisoners in the third. All 3 parties were at fault. But if they really wanted to harm your daughter, they could have done so earlier. Because the first poisoning was ineffective, they increased the dosage the second time. The result was unexpected. This wasn't what they wanted. They just wanted to make your daughter sick so that she'd have to repeat the year. They just wanted to sleep. The people involved in handling the case back then all advocated downplaying the situation, not wanting to ruin the lives of the 3 poisoners because of your daughter's flaws. And besides, no one was killed. Now it's a few years later. Everyone's living peacefully. I suggest that you do your daughter a favor and let these 3 people live well. If the whole world knows that your daughter was a public nuisance in the dorms, would you and your wife not feel shame? The internet describes how excellent your daughter was, but honestly, I don't see it. A person who does what she wants, who speaks badly, who doesn't care about other people's feelings, who affects other people's sleep, has no business being called excellent. If your daughter had kept to her bedtime, respected her classmates, and had good relations with her dorm mates, would she be suffering such a miserable fate today? Your daughter failed so much as a human being that she's ended up in this situation. If there is an afterlife, you and your wife should first teach your daughter how to behave, how to respect people, how to get along with people, treat people generously, do public service, and become a person who can contribute to the nation. That is true excellence. Monterey Park, Los Angeles, USA, May 31st, 2013.
Zhu's family immediately notified the authorities about the letter and gave it to them for analysis. They were able to establish that it had indeed been mailed from the US, though strangely, it had been written on a piece of A4 paper, an uncommon size in the States. The fact that the letter had come from the US once again placed the eye of suspicion firmly on Sun. That being said, the phrasing suggested that the writer wasn't actively involved in Zhu's poisoning, only that they were aware of the 3 people who were. It also seems ridiculous that Sun, the only real suspect in the case, would potentially incriminate herself further by sending it. Wouldn't she want to keep a low profile? In theory, it's possible that the real poisoner may have also fled to the US and sent the letter to keep the attention on Sun. Or perhaps the note truly was written by an honest third party, and Zhu really was poisoned by 3 of her sleep-deprived dorm mates. Or maybe this letter was nothing more than a hoax. Since we don't know who sent it, we can't say one way or the other. Today, Zhu Ling is 50 years old. Her poisoner, or poisoners, remain unidentified. Her family went on to sue the hospital that treated her for their misdiagnosis and terrible treatment methods. They were awarded a compensation payment of 100,000 yuan, approximately $14,000. Take a look at this image. There's nothing unusual about it. Just 2 good friends posing for a selfie, right? Well, for one of them, it would prove to be the last photo they would ever appear in, alive. Brittany Gargle, 18, and Cheyenne Antoine, 21, have been the best of friends for 6 years. Cheyenne had grown up in a rough household and had gotten involved with a bad group of friends, but Brittany had helped to lift her up and keep her on the straight and narrow. By all accounts, they were thick as thieves, your typical young, fun-loving femmes with happy-go-lucky attitudes. On the evening of March 24th, 2015, the pair decided to go on a big night out in their home city of Saskatoon, Canada. Before setting off though, they took this picture together and uploaded it to Cheyenne's Facebook page. From there, they hopped around a few bars in a haze before eventually heading their separate ways in the early hours. 6 hours after this photo had been posted to Facebook though, the local authorities received a disturbing call. The lifeless body of a young female had been found in a ditch by the side of Valley Road on the southern outskirts of Saskatoon. A thick red mark around her throat indicated that she had been strangled. Resting beside her remains was the item used to snuff her out: a wide, webbed black belt with a large buckle. Unsure of who the victim was, detectives released details about 2 star tattoos on her hand and a lion-shaped tattoo on her shoulder. Shortly thereafter, they received a call from Cheyenne Antoine. Based on the tattoo descriptions, she feared they had just found her best friend, Brittany Gargle. She was right. When asked about what happened during their big night out, Cheyenne told detectives that she and Brittany had been bar hopping most of the night and had finally ended up at a place called the Colonial Pub and Grill. Her memory was, of course, hazy, but Cheyenne recalled seeing Brittany leave at around 4 AM with an unknown male. Initially, that story seemed to check out. Cheyenne was clearly in a distressed state, no doubt because she had just learned about her bestie's demise. Several hours after Brittany had been slain, but before she had been found, a concerned Cheyenne had also left a post on her Facebook wall, asking, "Where are you? Haven't heard from you. Hope you made it home safe." But before long, investigators realized that Cheyenne's story had one gaping hole in it. Security cameras at the bar proved that neither she nor Brittany had visited the Colonial Pub and Grill that night. And that's when they re-examined Cheyenne's Facebook page and took a closer look at this final selfie that the pair had taken together just 6 hours before Brittany's untimely end. One eagle-eyed detective noticed a key detail. That belt that Cheyenne was wearing. It was identical to the one found resting beside Brittany's body. Despite that damning piece of evidence, it would take another 2 years for the authorities to arrest Cheyenne. She spent those next 24 months lying to them and leading them on a calculated goose chase. This included getting her uncle involved and telling him to play along with her new version of events. That on the fateful night Brittany perished, the 2 girls had actually gone to a motel with 2 unidentified black males. A fight broke out, and one of them ended up slaying Brittany. The men then forced Cheyenne to help dispose of her along Valley Road and told her to keep quiet or else. But that story would prove to be yet another fabrication, and no such men existed. The investigation finally came to an end when a key witness, one of Cheyenne's other friends, approached Brittany's parents with some crucial information. On the actual night of the incident, a drunk Cheyenne had come to the witness's home at around 4 or 5 AM, in her words, acting hysterically. Cheyenne told the witness that she and Brittany had gotten into an argument, during which she had struck her and rendered her unconscious. The witness took a look inside Cheyenne's vehicle outside and noticed an unconscious woman slumped on the back seats. It was unclear whether she was breathing or not. Despite initially being too shaken to tell anyone what had happened, the witness's conscience later got the better of her, and she ended up spilling the beans. When told that she was being charged, Cheyenne stated that she didn't remember taking Brittany's life, or even what they had been arguing about at the time, but didn't actually deny that she was responsible. "She knows the family would like an explanation, a reason," said Cheyenne's lawyer, Lisa Watson. "But unfortunately, she can't provide that." As for Cheyenne herself, she later pled guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter, professing to the court, "I'll never forgive myself. Nothing I say or do will ever bring her back. I am very, very sorry. It shouldn't have ever happened." Because she eventually admitted to killing Brittany, and apparently appeared remorseful during her trial, Cheyenne was sentenced to just 7 years behind bars. She'll be released at some point in 2024. Vicky Hamilton and Dina McNichol both featured in the UK version of Runaway Train. Vicky, a schoolgirl on her way home from visiting relatives, had last been seen at a bus stop in Falkirk, Scotland, on February 10th, 1991. As for Dina, she was last seen on August 5th of that same year. She and a male friend were hitchhiking their way home from a music festival in Liphook, England, and accepted a ride from a stranger. Her friend was dropped off near Reigate, while Dina stayed in the vehicle with the driver. That was the last time she was ever seen alive. Though initially thought to be unconnected, the two young women's bodies were discovered resting side by side in 2007, buried in the back garden of a Margate residence, one that belonged to serial slayer Peter Tobin. In September of 2006, Tobin had taken the life of a Polish university student named Angelika Clark. He had ended her life inside the Glasgow church where he worked and hid her body under the floorboards near the confessional. She was found 5 days later, when churchgoers noticed a foul smell emanating from the floor. Tobin was located and taken into custody shortly thereafter. His home in Margate was searched, leading to the unearthing of Vicky and Dina. It's even more unsettling when you consider that Tobin would have had to transport Vicky from Scotland all the way down to his home in Margate, a journey of more than 8 hours by car. Tobin was later convicted of all 3 slayings and given a whole life order. He passed away behind bars in October 2022, to the dismay of absolutely no one. Given that he took Vicky and Dina's lives in 1991, and Angelika's 15 years later in 2006, many suspect that he may have been responsible for other slayings committed during the interim. It's worth noting that he is a suspect in the disappearance of Louise Kay, another young woman who was featured in the Runaway Train video. Tobin owned a house in Brighton at around the time of her vanishing, close to where Louise was last seen, though the local authorities who currently own the home won't allow the police to excavate the garden. They say you can never have too much of a good thing, but to paraphrase the great alchemist Paracelsus, anything can be a poison. It all depends on the dose. And this first case is a testament to that. Sacramento's KDND was one of several radio stations owned by media giant Entercom, and began life as 107.9 The End, broadcasting your typical FM fare. Cheesy DJ banter interspliced with radio-friendly pop and rock hits. During the mid-noughties, the station's morning rave show was undoubtedly its biggest draw. As its name implies, it aired during the morning rush hours and was hosted by KDND's most popular DJs, Lucas Cox, Steve Maney, and Trish Sweet. Despite its relative popularity, the trio still wanted to improve their ratings. In a bid to do so, they decided to host an on-air contest, the Hold Your Wii for a Wii competition, which was set to take place on January 12th, 2007. They advertised the event on the station's website as follows. We managed to get our hands on another one of this year's hottest gifts, a Nintendo Wii. We're going to give it away on Friday morning. Can you hold it for a long time? We're having you drink water every 15 minutes, and the last person to go to the bathroom wins the Wii. And it really was as simple as that. A group of hopeful contestants would have to drink a standard bottle of water every 15 minutes without opening the floodgates. As expected, a lot of people applied to take part in the challenge. After all, the grand prize of a Nintendo Wii was an enticing draw. Back in 2007, Wiis were like gold dust, and almost impossible to find in North American stores. In total, 18 of the applicants were invited to participate. One of them was 28-year-old mother of 3, Jennifer Strange, who was hoping to win the console for her kids. On the morning of January 12th, she and the rest of the contestants were led into the station's competition room. an area separate from the recording studio. At 6:45 AM, they were each given their first 240ml bottle of water, which they had to finish within the 15-minute time limit. After that 15 minutes, they'd be given another. The first bottle, of course, went down easily, and the second went down much the same. Fearing they had made the competition too easy, the DJs decided partway through to double the amount of water that the contestants had to drink. All the participants accepted the rule change with good humour, but it wasn't long before they all started to complain about stomach pains and headaches. In between bottles, the hosts would chat with the contestants individually and joke with them about their discomfort.
Jennifer, I heard that you're not doing too well.
My head hurts. They keep telling me that it's the water, that it'll tell my head to hurt and then it'll make me puke, but...
Who told you that, the intern?
Yeah.
That's one of those over there?
Like, it hurts, but it makes you feel lightheaded, so I'm not sure if I'm just like...
This is what it feels like when you're drowning. There's a lot of water inside of you.
Oh, it hurt.
When DJ Lucas joked that this is what it feels like when you're drowning, he wasn't entirely wrong. Like anything, water can be lethal if consumed in high enough quantities, and despite standing on solid ground and breathing in air, Jennifer was, in that very moment, drowning internally. More specifically, Jennifer was feeling the effects of water intoxication. Also known as hyperhydration, water intoxication is an often fatal disturbance that occurs in the brain after excessive water intake. We all need water to survive, but consuming too much too quickly will lead to a rapid dilution of the blood's electrolyte levels. To balance out those levels, the excess water is absorbed by cells throughout the body, including those in the brain, causing them to swell and grow in size. As the brain balloons, pressure inside the skull increases, leading to headaches, personality and behavioral changes, confusion, irritability, and drowsiness. Other symptoms include breathing difficulties, muscle weakness, twitching, cramping, nausea, a dulled ability to perceive and interpret sensory information, and, ironically, thirst. If the cells in the brain swell too much, they can apply pressure to the medulla oblongata, the portion of brainstem which connects to the spinal cord. If left unchecked, this will inevitably result in brain damage and eventual death. Hyperhydration is tremendously rare. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person is highly unlikely to drink enough water for it to become toxic. Nearly every documented case has been the result of marathon runners drinking too much water to stay hydrated, and people consuming too much liquid in water drinking competitions. Just a few years prior to KD&D's contest, a Chico State University student named Matthew Carrington died in a hazing ritual gone wrong, one that involved forced water consumption. His case was highly publicized, and as all three DJs mentioned live on air, they were well aware of what happened to him.
Oh, dude.
Can't you get water poisoning and, like, die?
Water. Your body is 98% water. Why can't you take in as much water as you want?
I don't know.
That poor kid is I know.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, well, he was doing other things.
Maybe we should have researched this before.
As the competition went on, and contestants continued to complain about their discomfort, concerned callers rang in and tried to warn the hosts that they may be dying. "Those people drinking all that water can get sick and possibly die," said one caller, a qualified nurse. "We're aware of that," replied DJ Lucas. "Yeah," replied his co-host. "They signed releases, so we're not responsible. We're okay." The contestants, who were drinking their water in a separate room, didn't hear any of these concerning remarks. As would come to light, the releases they signed didn't include any risk-to-life clauses. As the show went on, the herd thinned. Some contestants couldn't hold their bladders. Others simply tapped out. At least one of them threw up. And several, including Jennifer, complained about severe pain. Still, she and a few others stuck the contest out to the end, drinking bottle after bottle of water. In less than 3 hours, Jennifer had consumed nearly 2 gallons of water, just over 9 liters.
Oh my gosh, look at her belly! Are you pregnant? Come on I'm gonna pass out right now. Too much water.
The show came to an end at 9:30 AM, with Jennifer saying that she couldn't continue anymore. She claimed the silver medal, and walked away with a pair of Justin Timberlake concert tickets. This image of her, posing with her prize, was the last photo of her ever taken alive. After leaving the building, Jennifer called in sick at work, explaining that she had a severe headache and was heading home to sleep it off. One of her co-workers contacted Jennifer's mother, who, in turn, went to check up on her. She found her daughter, Jennifer, dead in the bathroom, mere hours after the contest had ended. KD&D reacted quickly to the news of Jennifer's demise, and fired 10 station employees involved in the competition, including the 3 DJs. But despite masterminding this fatal game show and admitting live on air that they were aware of the risks, neither Lucas Cox, Steve Maney, or Trish Sweet faced any legal consequences for Jennifer's untimely end. All 3 hosts went on to find work at other radio stations, and are still DJing to this very day. 2 of the DJs, Lucas and Steve, even went on to sue KD&D's parent company, Entercom, for the wrongful termination of their contracts. They both settled out of court for undisclosed amounts.
I feel horrible for her and her family. Absolutely horrible that one of our listeners died. And never thought for 1 second that we were going to get fired. Not for 1 second did I think that we were going to get fired.
Although no criminal charges were ever pressed, Jennifer's husband Billy did go on to sue Entercom Sacramento, LLC. The company's defense lawyers tried to argue that Jennifer was responsible for her own untimely end, that it was her responsibility to know that drinking too much water could be fatal. However, the jury determined that she had acted as any normal person would, given the circumstances. On November 2nd, 2009, Billy was awarded $16.6 million in damages. Still, no amount of money in the world could bring back the mother of his 3 children. He described getting used to life without Jennifer as a one-step-at-a-time process.
Hey, Carter, is anybody dying in there?
We got a guy just about to die.
Oh, good. Make sure he signs that release. I like that we laugh at that. Yeah. Make sure he signs the release. Get the insurance on that, please.
Today's first incident took place in Japan, back in the year 2000. It was May the 4th, and while for the rest of the world, the only cause for celebration was International Star Wars Day, the Japanese were actually halfway through their longest national holiday, Golden Week, a time of celebration where workers and students alike get to enjoy a prolonged break. One young man who was planning to make the most of his time off was 17-year-old construction worker Taiki Fujii. That evening, he and his girlfriend had been enjoying the summer festivals held in their home city of Ushiku, Ibaraki Prefecture. It had been a long but fun-filled day, full of parades and music, and the young lovers had developed quite the thirst. At approximately 12:30 AM, the parched couple made their way to a nearby Maruya supermarket, where they planned to buy a drink at one of the outdoor vending machines. By that point, the streets were practically deserted. Or so it seemed. As the couple stood there, deciding which beverage to purchase, a group of 4 young males approached them from the other side of the road. Neither Taiki nor his girlfriend recognized any of them. Completely unprovoked, these 4 men suddenly became extremely aggressive, prompting the couple to flee into the adjacent parking lot. Unfortunately, the girlfriend was unable to outrun her pursuers, but Taiki wasn't about to leave her to fend for herself. He did his best to push away the 4 assailants, but that only served to enrage them further. They forced both Taiki and his girlfriend into the supermarket's dark emergency stairwell, out of eyeshot and earshot of any passers-by. Inside, one of the 4 men held the girlfriend in place, while the other 3 relentlessly beat Taiki to a pulp. His head was repeatedly slammed into the concrete walls and floor. Unable to fend off 3 opponents, all Taiki could do was curl up into a ball and shield his head as best he could. And all his girlfriend could do was watch on in horror and beg for the 4 men to stop. And yet, despite her pleas for mercy, the group continued to punch, kick, and stomp on Taiki for 30 minutes straight, focusing all of their attacks on his head. Once their bloodlust had been quenched, they took a few thousand yen from Taiki's wallet before disappearing into the night, leaving their victim a bloody mess on the ground, and his girlfriend a quivering wreck. Physically, she had been left unharmed, but the image of her boyfriend being so callously brutalized had been forever engraved in her mind. She immediately called 119, Japan's emergency number. By the time medics arrived, Taiki's face had swollen to twice its normal size. At the hospital, doctors learned that the young man's brain hadn't just been damaged in the attack, it had been misshapen. Taiki would never regain consciousness, and tragically, 9 days after the incident, he passed away from his injuries. Figuring out a motive for the attack seemed near impossible. Taiki was a moral, law-abiding young man who wasn't involved in any nefarious activities and who didn't affiliate with rotten eggs. Nobody could think of a single person who held a grudge against him. It appeared as if the 4 men had simply decided to attack Taiki and his girlfriend on a whim. The couple hadn't provoked them in any way. They'd never even met them before in their lives. And yet, they had decided to intentionally take Taiki's life that night. The girlfriend described the attackers as best she could, and in turn, the investigators created these 4 sketches depicting each of the killers. Buzzcut, long hair, glasses, and beard. She said they were all Yankees, the word that Japanese people use to describe young delinquents. She also recounted some of the things that the attackers said to one another during the incident.
"There's a fire station nearby," said one of the men, "so an ambulance will come quickly."
This suggested that at least one of them was familiar with the local area. During the beating, another had apparently asked Taiki,
"Are you the leader of Ushiku?"
Ushiku being the city that they were in. It's unknown whether this was said in jest, or if the group had mistaken Taiki for the leader of a rival gang of Yankees. Taiki's girlfriend also pored over some of the local high school yearbooks, and fortuitously was able to identify a student who strongly resembled the suspect, Glasses. Though, for whatever reason, the authorities never followed up on that lead. But we'll get to that later. Early into their investigation, detectives came upon this CCTV footage, captured from inside a 7-Eleven convenience store, or kombini, just 2 kilometers away from the crime scene. The video shows the 4 suspects at approximately 10:30 PM, 2 hours before Taiki and his girlfriend were ambushed. The girl was able to positively identify all 4 men as her boyfriend's killers. A 5th male was also captured in the footage, hanging out with the 4 suspects. Though he wasn't directly involved in the slaying himself, he's considered a key witness. Sadly, he has never come forward with any information. Still, the discovery of this footage so early into the investigation massively increased the odds that the suspects would be identified. By releasing it to the public, law enforcement would undoubtedly receive a high volume of tips. After all, Ushiku was a small city with a population below 100,000 people. Somebody out there would surely recognize at least one of these suspects, and if they could apprehend just one, then the other 3 would surely follow soon after. And that would have almost certainly been the case, had law enforcement actually released this video to the public. You see, investigators strongly believed that the 4 suspects were below the age of 18, and as such, enjoyed special legal protections. The extremely strict, some might say foolish, Japanese juvenile laws at the time meant that both the security footage and even the sketches of the killers weren't allowed to be shown to the public. No wanted posters were put up around Ushiku with their faces on. No leaflets were disseminated. No news broadcasts were allowed to show these hand-drawn images. Because of their suspected age, the murderers were essentially allowed to remain invisible. Given the brutal nature of the case, many believed that the authorities would ignore this rule, something which they had done numerous times in the past when it was in the public's best interest to do so. In this instance, however, they only went so far as to release the sketches on their official website, a page which obviously very few people visited. And as for the CCTV footage, that wasn't made available anywhere. In response, Taiki's mother made her own wanted posters, which featured the drawings of the 4 suspects, and began placing them in restaurant windows around Ushiku. The police took them all down, and warned her to stop meddling in their investigation. Infuriatingly, they subsequently removed the 4 sketches from their site's homepage as well. This didn't deter Taiki's mother, however, who refused to let her son's case be forgotten about. For years, she continued to hand out homemade flyers outside the very supermarket where Taiki's life had been stolen. Unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, the investigation came to a near standstill at this point. The police were unable, and some might say unwilling, to pursue any further leads or interview any potential suspects. In 2003, the law surrounding juvenile protection changed in Japan, making it possible for the police to release images of wanted youths involved in violent crimes, but only if they believed that they would re-offend. 2 years later, after a campaign held by Taiki's mother gained traction, the authorities finally released these 4 sketches to the public, 5 long years after Taiki had been slain. This resulted in a number of tips, the most notable of which came from a woman who claimed to be the former girlfriend of one of the killers. Apparently, he had confessed everything to her. Unfortunately, none of these potential leads were followed up on. More than a decade and a half after the incident had taken place, the authorities finally released the CCTV images of the 4 suspects in the Konbini. I'll pass the mic over to my friend, KyotoRobato, a fellow YouTuber who's covered this mystery in the past, and who has helped to advance the search for the perps.
In late 2016, the authorities released these still close-ups of the 4 suspects taken from the Konbini's security camera. They were released alongside age-progressed sketches of the perps depicting them in their mid-30s. Trouble is, the composites weren't particularly detailed, and the official images were grainy and lacking clarity. Even if someone actually knew who these young men were, it's conceivable that they wouldn't recognize them from these shots alone. In an effort to help reignite the hunt for these twisted individuals, I recently ran this image of the long-haired suspect through an AI software program. As you can see, this dramatically improved the image quality and made the killer's face a lot clearer overall. Hopefully this enhanced picture will find its way to the right person, someone who can actually put a name to the face. If you're interested, I have a channel of my own where I exclusively cover Japanese cases. There are plenty of region-locked mysteries from Japan that don't get reported on in English, and seeing how I speak Japanese, I am able to cover topics that you won't hear about on other channels. Come check it out via the links in Lazy's description box.
At long last, in mid-2017, the authorities released the entire video clip to the public. Though obviously, this was too little too late, and the reaction from netizens was more bitter than sweet. People began to speculate why it had taken the police 17 years to showcase such a vital piece of evidence, evidence which they had been sitting on since pretty much the beginning of the investigation. Had they just released it years prior, they would have had a decent shot at locating the perpetrators. Rumours began circulating online that the police had intentionally prevented the video from being released until the statute of limitations on the case ran its clock. In the minds of many, one of the young killers, likely Glasses, may have been the son of a high-ranking officer. That would explain why they never questioned the student from the yearbook that Taiki's girlfriend recognized, and why they seemed to be so resistant to publicizing any information about the suspects. The theory goes that when the statute of limitations law was revoked in 2010, the authorities bowed to mounting public pressure and released the footage and sketches, safe in the knowledge that so much time had passed, it wouldn't result in any arrests. It certainly wouldn't be the first time that the cops in Ushiku had covered up the actions of their own flesh and blood. After all, they had been caught pulling similar stunts just a couple of years prior to Taiki's slaying, Others have suggested that the 4 youths were part of a gang in the area, and that their boss had paid off the cops to cover their tracks. Others still prefer to apply Hanlon's razor. That is, never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Needless to say, the release of the security footage didn't result in any breakthroughs. To this day, all 4 of Taiki's slayers remain at large, and now likely have families of their own. With Golden Week fast approaching again, I wonder if around this time of year, the memory of their murder comes back to haunt them all, or if they still meet up from time to time and reminisce about the good old days. Thanks for your help on this one, KyotoRobato. Be sure to check his channel out through the links below. He's got some amazing videos, and I think you guys would really enjoy them. Born in 1971, high schooler Kathy Hobbs had grown up believing one morbid thing about her life: that it would end before her 16th birthday. It was a premonition she'd had about herself ever since her close childhood friend passed away from a heart condition. A curse that constantly played on her mind and left her in a perpetual state of dread. An otherwise bright and warm-hearted girl, Kathy did her best to escape those morose thoughts through reading, creative writing, and sketching, but they always crept back into her head. To alleviate her fears, Kathy and her family relocated to Las Vegas. There she made friends and appeared to adjust well to her new environment. However, as her 16th birthday approached, her fears resurfaced, causing her to isolate herself in her room and avoid leaving the house. She penned a poem regarding her demise and sketched an image depicting herself lying in a pool of red. She confided in her friends about a dream that she had been having, one in which she was slain by a man with a moustache and a baseball cap. She wrote secret letters to her family members, expressing her love for them, with instructions not to open them until after her demise. It was a very bleak point in her life. On the morning of her sweet 16, Kathy was pleasantly surprised to find herself, well, alive. The first thing she did was rush to her mother and proclaim, "I made it, Mum. I made it. I'm 16. I did it. I'm alive." From there on, Kathy began embracing a more typical teenage life. She rekindled her friendships, explored makeup and beauty products, and even aspired to become a beautician, with plans of opening a salon named Cat's Cuts. It seemed that she was indeed destined to reach adulthood. And yet, on the night of July 23rd, 1987, just 3 months after her 16th birthday, Kathy mysteriously vanished. At 11 PM that night, she had told her mother, Vivian, that she was heading to a late-night bookshop called Skag's Alphabet. Vivian assumed that Kathy would go with one of her friends from their apartment complex, but none were available that night, so Kathy went alone. At around 3 AM, Vivian woke up from a deep sleep, feeling as though she had been struck on the head. Following this strange experience, she felt a sense of peace that she couldn't quite comprehend. "All of a sudden," she explained, "I got a very peaceful feeling, and I thought, well, it's over now," and I fell back to sleep. Later that morning, Vivian went to wake Kathy up, but found her bed empty. Her daughter hadn't returned from the store the night prior. She immediately contacted the police. Kathy's disappearance garnered media attention, and volunteer groups joined the search efforts, yet no trace of her could be found. A Skag's Alphabet employee confirmed selling Kathy a book on the night of her disappearance, and receipts verified the purchase at 11:17 PM. She had made it to the store on Desert Inn Road and Maryland Parkway, but her movements after that remained a mystery. Surveillance cameras in the area hadn't captured anything of value, and despite the populated area, no witnesses came forward to say they had heard screams or seen anything suspicious. 9 days later, a hiker discovered Kathy's lifeless body in a remote field near Lake Mead, about an hour's drive from Las Vegas. There were tire tracks and 2 blood-covered rocks near her remains. The coroner determined that the 2 rocks had been used to crush her head. There were signs that she had been SA'd. On the way home from the store that fateful night, someone had forced her into their vehicle, driven her out to the middle of nowhere, and maliciously ended her life. Exactly 3 months after her disappearance, an anonymous informant called the Las Vegas PD and accurately described Kathy's last known location and attire on the night of her disappearance. The informant claimed that he had witnessed 2 men grabbing Kathy and forcing her into a vehicle. One of them had called the other Robbie.
Grabbed this girl in front of the store in Pasadena, Maryland. This is a few months ago. I've been out of town for a few months, and I wrote this down because she was screaming and they pulled her in the car. She was a very young girl wearing the white jacket and the pink pants. And the guy's name, he hollered to him, push her in the car, and his name was Robbie.
This informant hung up without providing his identity or contact details. Detectives traced the license plate number he had provided them, only to discover it didn't exist. Update. Kathy's segment aired on February 1st, 1989, during the first season of Unsolved Mysteries. Despite Robert Stack's pleas for the informant to come forward, he never did. However, even though the informant's identity remains unclear, and his admission likely a hoax, Kathy's case has since been solved. Years later, authorities connected her slaying to Michael Lee Lockhart, a death row inmate from Toledo, Ohio. In May 1987, Lockhart had stolen a blue Toyota Celica. 2 months later, he used that same vehicle to capture Kathy. Blue fibers found on her remains matched those found on the Toyota. Credit card receipts placed Lockhart in Las Vegas at the time of the slaying. And if all that wasn't enough, when investigators questioned him about Kathy, he admitted to taking her life. She was his first known victim, though obviously not his only one. By the time Lockhart was linked to Kathy's case, he had already been convicted of a series of slayings spanning Texas, Indiana, and Florida. This included taking the lives of Wendy Gallagher, 16, Jennifer Collar, 14, and Officer Paul Halsey Jr., who had tried to arrest him for driving a stolen Chevy. Lockhart met his fate via lethal injection on December 9th, 1997. Rui Pedro Teixeira Mendoza was only 11 when he disappeared from his home in Lusada, northern Portugal. At approximately 2 PM on the 4th of March 1998, Rui took his bike outside for a ride close to his home. He would never come back inside. Prior to vanishing, Rui, a happy and social boy, had asked his mother if he could spend the day riding in a car with their family friend, Alfonso Dias, a 22-year-old lorry driver. Though Rui's mother was quite fond of Alfonso and allowed him to drive her children to school most days, she knew that her husband didn't approve of such an older man hanging out with their son. And as such, she told Rui to take his bike to the vacant field behind her office. However, it was possible that the excited Rui disobeyed his mother and went to see his cool, older friend, Alfonso, a man he viewed as a brother. Suspecting that he may have been involved in Rui's disappearance, the authorities paid a visit to Alfonso's home. Under questioning, Alfonso apparently became an emotional wreck, and although he said he didn't know what happened to Rui, he did tell investigators that they should close the borders. Rui's cousin, João, would later tell authorities that on the day he went missing, Alfonso had actually taken Rui to see an escort, one named Alcina Dias. Alcina later confirmed that Alfonso and Rui had come to see her that fateful afternoon, and claimed that Rui was scared and upset. It was clear to Alcina that Alfonso had forced him to come and see her. She told Alfonso to take Rui back home, and the pair left in his car. That was the last confirmed sighting of Rui Mendoza. After running a local media campaign to find Rui Pedro, the authorities received many hoax calls from individuals claiming to have the missing boy and demanding ransoms. Perhaps the most chilling calls were placed directly to Hui Pedru's own mother. She would sometimes answer her phone and be met by a wailing child's voice, repeatedly saying, "Mama, Mama." She was certain that the voice was her son's, though the authorities never attempted to trace these calls. Their investigation was met with widespread criticism, with many Portuguese citizens asserting that they put little effort into finding the missing boy, especially when compared with the huge efforts that they would later put in trying to track down missing British tourist Madeleine McCann. 1 month after Hui went missing, Nuno Rogero, a political commentator, travelled to Disneyland Paris with his family. During their trip, Nuno snapped countless pictures of what he thought would be priceless memories. But as he browsed through them when he got back home, he noticed something in one of the images he had taken. A familiar face which he had seen on the news. On one of the roller coaster rides, sitting in the back carriage, was a boy who looked identical to Hui. He was pictured sitting beside an unidentified man in a red jacket, whose face was obscured. This image was confiscated by investigators, and although it's never been 100% confirmed that this was Hui, it's widely believed by most people, including his own mother, to be him. Due in large part to poor investigative work, the photo itself didn't result in any further leads. On September 1st, 1998, authorities conducted a raid targeting members of the Wonderland Club, an international ring. During the operation, they discovered and seized a staggering 750,000 images and videos, which in total featured 1,263 youths. Only 16 were ever successfully identified. Hui was one of them. In 2012, Alfonso Dias was acquitted of any wrongdoing due to a lack of compelling evidence. However, in 2014, he received a 3-year sentence for corruption of an innocent. Notably, he was never formally charged or convicted in relation to Hui's disappearance. After serving 2/3 of his 3-year sentence, Alfonso Dias was released. Despite an extensive search effort, Hui has never been found, though at this point, his fate seems all too clear. He was declared legally dead in 2019. Busan, South Korea's second city, located along the nation's southeastern coastline. A town with 2 distinct sides. By day, a tranquil, beachside paradise. By night, a lively, vibrant playground for the young and young at heart. One person who called Busan home was 23-year-old Jung Yoo-jung, herself a woman with 2 faces. By day, her grandfather's quiet and mild-mannered carer. By night, a true crime fanatic who fantasized about being a serial killer. She'd whittle away her time watching documentaries and TV shows covering unsolved crimes, and reading books detailing the psychology of infamous slayers, what drove them to commit such heinous acts, and how they say it felt when they took life. Yoo-jung's interest in true crime went beyond mere morbid curiosity though. She daydreamed about having TV shows and books made about her own exploits. She wanted to become South Korea's most wanted, the bitch of Busan. And so, in May of this year, Yoo-jung decided to follow her dreams and set about planning the perfect murder. She checked out books from the library which explained how to hide a body, and spent 3 months researching forensic technologies and criminology online. Yoo-jung had no past criminal history herself, and wasn't acquainted with any bad eggs. On paper, she was just an ordinary citizen, and so she knew if she targeted a complete stranger, someone she didn't know who could never be linked back to her, then she'd likely get away with it. And where better to find such a person than on a tutoring app? South Korean youths are put under enormous pressure to succeed academically, and as such, in recent years, tutoring apps have become extremely popular. They're typically full of accredited private teachers advertising their curricular services. The perfect hunting ground for Yoo-jung. Over several days, she contacted more than 50 tutors based in Busan, posing as the mother of a middle schooler in need of extra English lessons. After some back and forth, she settled on a female tutor who, for the purposes of this video, we'll call Kay, a 26-year-old who lived alone and who worked from her apartment. According to those who knew her, Kay was a bright and warm person who truly cared about each and every one of her students and who wanted them all to maximize their potential. She wasn't only a great listener, but was compassionate too, and so she likely thought nothing of it when Yujung asked her,
"Do you live alone?"
After all, this prospective student was likely just shy and didn't want anyone else there listening in and judging their performance. Kay confirmed that she did indeed live by herself and agreed to meet with the student 2 days later for an introductory lesson. Kay's home was located in the Gyeomjong district, about a 20-minute drive away from where Yujung lived with her grandfather, her sole guardian and only known relative. May 26th, 2023. At approximately 4 PM, Yujung was caught on CCTV making her way to Kay's apartment on foot, dressed in a school uniform which she had purchased online. Given her petite stature and youthful appearance, she could easily pass as the 9th grader that Kay had agreed to meet with. As a finishing touch, she even cut her hair shorter days prior to more closely resemble the style of a young student's. Yujung arrived at the apartment at 5:34 PM and was greeted warmly by Kay at the door, who had no idea about Yujung's true intentions. If Kay had doubts about Yujung's age, she didn't get a chance to air them. Yujung stepped into Kay's apartment and, after a quick exchange of pleasantries, said that she really needed to use the bathroom. Kay directed her where to go, though, in reality, Yujung actually took this opportunity to go from room to room, double-checking that Kay really did live by herself. Once satisfied that they were alone, Yujung took out a kitchen blade which she had hidden in her uniform, and then rushed towards Kay in the main room, catching her off guard and stabbing her more than 100 times, focusing on her neck and chest. Holes in Kay's palms suggest that she tried to protect herself, but ultimately there was nothing she could do. Even after Kay had stopped breathing, Yujung continued to viciously strike at her. Yujung left the apartment 1 hour after taking Kay's life, dressed in her victim's clothes which she had taken from her wardrobe, almost as if she was assuming her identity. She made her way to several nearby supermarkets, where surveillance cameras caught her purchasing garbage bags, cleaning supplies, and an assortment of sharp blades. She would later use these to dismember and dispose of Kay's remains. It's unknown why she didn't simply bring these items with her in the first place. Perhaps she was worried that she might get stopped by an officer and have her bag searched. Perhaps she banked on Kay already having those items in her apartment. Perhaps she was just terrible at planning. Whatever the case, Yujung then returned to Kay's flat, let herself back in, and began chopping up her remains. This included cutting off her fingers as to remove the possibility of fingerprint identification. She also made sure to pocket Kay's mobile phone, ID cards, and wallet. After this grisly act, she set about bleaching away the evidence of her actions. Yujung then made the journey back to her own home to pick up a suitcase. This footage shows her gleefully bouncing back towards Kay's apartment, ready to continue cleaning up her mess. She packed up her victim's clothes into 3 bin bags and disposed of them in a nearby dumpster. Following this, she stuffed Kay's sawn-apart pieces into the suitcase. This whole cleanup process took about 6 hours, during which time Yujung went back and forth between her home and Kay's 3 times, gathering materials and letting herself in and out as if it were her own apartment. Several pieces of surveillance footage show her casually walking to and from the scene, completely unfazed by what she had done and what she was still in the process of doing. If you had passed her on the street during one of these moments, you'd have had no idea what she was up to and what she was capable of. At around midnight on May 27th, Yujung left the apartment for the final time, taking with her the suitcase filled with Kay herself. At the sidewalk, Yujung hailed a taxi and asked the driver to take her to Yangsan, 12 miles north of Busan. She placed the obviously heavy suitcase into the trunk of the vehicle herself, refusing help from the driver, and made no conversation with him on the way to their destination. In fact, she didn't even make eye contact. When they reached a secluded area near Nakdong River, known as Hwangsam Park, Yujung asked the driver to stop paid him in full, took the suitcase from the back of the cab herself, and then disappeared into the night without a word. For obvious reasons, this whole scenario didn't sit right with the taxi driver. Who takes a cab out to a river by themselves in the middle of the night, he thought, and with a suspiciously heavy suitcase no less. Yu-jung hadn't asked him to wait for her, but rather than drive off, the cabbie decided to circle the area a bit and see if she'd return. 15 or 20 minutes later, he spotted her walking back through the thicket, still carrying her suitcase. He could tell from the way she was carrying it that it was a lot lighter than before, as if she had just disposed of something in the parkland. She flagged him down once more and asked him for a ride back to her grandfather's home. The authorities strongly believe that Yu-jung didn't realize this cabbie was the same guy who had driven her out there. The taxi driver complied and didn't let on about his suspicion, but later followed his gut instinct and contacted law enforcement at around 3 AM, telling them that a young woman may have dumped something in Hwangsan Park and giving them her home address. Detectives arrived soon thereafter and examined Yu-jung's suitcase. They asked why there were specks of a red liquid inside it. Yu-jung stated that she was menstruating at the time and said that some of it must have dripped into the bag. Dubious of her claim, the officers feigned concern and took her to a local hospital. Medical staff ran a few tests and confirmed that Yu-jung wasn't at that stage in her cycle. What's more, the blood inside the bag wasn't hers. Now here's where we truly get a glimpse into Yu-jung's mind. Yu-jung changed her story and told them that she had actually just given birth and wanted to get rid of the baby. In her words, she had packed the newborn into the suitcase and disposed of it in the woods. She somehow thought that made her sound better and wouldn't constitute murder. Regardless, an ultrasound proved that story to be yet another lie. By that point, other officers combing through Hwangsan Park had discovered human remains in the tall grass. Detectives took Yu-jung in for questioning, but instead of asking for a lawyer, she name-dropped the victim, Kay, and said that she went to her apartment for some English lessons. When she arrived though, she found Kay's door unlocked. She walked inside, and, shock horror, found Kay's body on the floor. Her killer, an unidentified male, was still inside the apartment. He locked the door and told her that if she kept quiet and helped him dispose of the body, then he'd let her assume Kay's identity. After the world's largest collective facepalm, the detectives composed themselves and politely informed Yu-jung that her story didn't make any sense whatsoever. Sweating a little at this point, Yu-jung again changed her story.
It's embarrassing to seek out a tutor as an adult, she told them. So I presented myself as a middle schooler to Kay. Upon seeing me, she was none the wiser. We had a heated argument about her curriculum shortly after I arrived, and, fearing for my safety, I killed her in self-defense.
It was at that point that the investigators contacted Yu-jung's grandfather and asked him to come down to the station. When he heard what his granddaughter had done, his world crumbled around him. He had raised Yu-jung from an early age and couldn't believe that she'd do something so cruel to a stranger. But when presented with the evidence, there was no denying that she was responsible for Kay's demise. And since the interrogators couldn't get an honest confession out of her, they asked the grandfather to step inside the room with her and chat with Yu-jung one-on-one. He agreed to do so. Inside, he broke down in tears and begged Yu-jung to just tell the truth, to do it for him. Now, it may have been because she loved her grandfather, or it may just have been because she knew the jig was up, but at that point, Yu-jung finally confessed that there hadn't been an argument. She explained that she simply had a passion for everything true crime. Movies, shows, books, news articles, and said that she was curious to know how it felt to be involved in a case firsthand, but not from the perspective of an investigator, but from that of a killer. She felt the need to sate that curiosity, and so she stole the life of someone who had never wronged her in any way, shape, or form. She told them all this so emotionlessly, so matter-of-factly, that it not only caught the interrogators off guard, but chilled even the most seasoned amongst them. After examining her search history and the CCTV footage from the day of the slaying, their stomachs dropped even further. they had all dealt with cases of premeditation before, but nothing like this. They soon learned that one piece of media Yu Jung was particularly enthralled with was hwacha, in English, helpless, a Korean psychological thriller about one woman who slays another and then assumes her identity. According to her digital footprint, Yu Jung watched this film at least once a day. Thinking back to how Yu Jung wore Kay's clothes and took her identification, the parallels between the movie and her actions are obvious. Now that's not to say that movies or any kind of media are responsible for people's actions. I obviously enjoy dark content too, but it's possible that Yu Jung felt inspired by hwacha, or fell in love with the concept that it dealt with. Looking at Yu Jung's life prior to this incident, it's easy to see why the thought of becoming someone else may have been enticing. After analysing her text messages and social media history, it became apparent that Yu Jung had absolutely no friends, 0 acquaintances, no job, and no family outside of her grandfather. It was as if she was a ghost. She had seemingly been a completely normal girl with a decent social life during her school years, but since then, something had changed. Whether by design or bad luck, Yu Jung found herself living a solitary, lonely, reclusive life with next to no contact with anyone in the real world or online. Psychologists have theorized that she wanted to escape her situation, both physically and mentally, and what better way to do that than to shapeshift into someone else? Someone living a fulfilling life. Someone who had their own apartment, who had their own job, who spoke a foreign language, who had friends. Someone like Kay. Those psychologists say that Yu Jung's motive wasn't mere curiosity, but jealousy, and in her mind, if she were already invisible to begin with, it would have been particularly easy to disappear and become someone else entirely. During their investigation, the authorities contacted each of the 50-plus tutors, mostly women in their mid-20s, that Yu Jung had contacted while in search of a target. Many have spoken about their online conversations with Yu Jung, how she had asked them if they lived alone, and if her daughter could come for a lesson at their house. One female tutor, who was in desperate need of money, almost accepted Yu Jung as a student, but in the end turned her down because she thought that her apartment was too small for a lesson. She and all of the others now live with this chilling thought in the back of their minds. It could have been me. Equally as chilling was Yu Jung's complete lack of remorse after living out her twisted fantasy. From the CCTV footage of her, both before and just after taking Kay's life, she appears eerily calm and collected, and moves with an almost determined stride. It's hard to comprehend how Yu Jung could go out into public and appear so well composed after literally butchering another person. It's almost as if she didn't feel any guilt whatsoever. She did give rehearsed apologies to the media after being apprehended, of course, saying things like, "I'm sorry for Kay's family. I think I was just out of my mind." Not exactly the most sincere apology. She left that sincerity to her grandfather, who was, unfortunately, hounded by the media for interviews. During one of them, he blamed himself for Yu Jung's actions, saying that it was his fault that she had turned out the way she had, that he had raised her incorrectly, and that he felt extremely sorry for Kay's family. By all accounts, the grandfather was an extremely kind-hearted man who had done his best to raise Yu Jung by himself. His neighbours had nothing but good things to say about him, and yet he now lives with the guilt of his granddaughter's actions. In the lead up to her trial, Yu Jung was given a PCLR, aka the psychopath test, where examinees are assessed on things like their ability to empathise, their impulsivity, and whether they live a parasitic lifestyle. It involves 20 questions and is scored out of 40. In South Korea, anyone who scores above 25 is considered a true psychopath, someone entirely devoid of remorse. Yu Jung scored a 28. I should note that the accuracy of the PCLR is debatable. During her trial, Yu Jung pled for leniency, claiming to have suffered from hallucinations at the time of the incident. The prosecutors didn't buy that defense, citing her planning and cover-up, and as such, they sought the death penalty. However, she was able to escape that fate. On November 24th, 2023, Yu Jung was sentenced to life behind bars. with the judge stating that her actions had, quote, spread fear in society that one can become a victim for no reason, and that she had incited a general distrust in our fellow citizens. And to think, had the taxi driver not gone with his gut and contacted law enforcement, she may well have gotten away with her actions, at least for enough time to strike again, which she almost certainly would have. You'll notice that throughout the video, I've only referred to him as the taxi driver. That's because he's chosen to keep his name out of the media, refusing interviews and even awards, terrified that Yu Jung may be released early and come looking for him. Not her, or someone else inspired by her. After all, as the judge said, Yu Jung had made everyone wary of their fellow man. According to reports, Yu Jung is actually doing very well in jail, eating well, sleeping well, enjoying her isolation, and still showing no signs of remorse. News of this whole incident has made headlines domestically for months now, and what the South Korean media always seem to focus on is Yu Jung's appearance. Namely, that nobody could have suspected such a young and innocent-looking woman to commit such a despicable act. But as we've seen time and time again on this channel, appearances can be deceiving, and killers come in all shapes and sizes. That's to say, it's not Yu Jung's appearance that sticks with me. It's a thought. The thought that in this world, wherever you are, you don't have to go looking for evil. Evil can find you. That we can live our lives peacefully, do all the right things, and then, through no fault of our own, meet our end at the hands of a stranger one weekday afternoon. Someone we've never wronged. Someone we've never met. Someone who can smile, and murder while they smile. Trust your gut instincts, and stay safe out there. Tilto-chan, the twisted-necked woman whose crooked head has haunted many a person's dreams over the years. Perhaps you've seen this image before. Though it first appeared online in early 2010, it was truly brought to the wider public's attention by a Japanese magazine called Dangerous Images for Your Brain. The article, which was titled "The Woman Looking at the Camera," explained that this was a screen grab taken from a 2009 episode of Ryan no Gokigenyo, captured after the camera panned to show the studio audience. Though the rest of the crowd seemed to be reacting normally and are focused on the stage, this one woman stands out. Her skin is deathly pale, her head is twisted at an unnatural angle, and she's staring right down the barrel of the lens with an almost menacing smile. After appearing in the publication, the image soon gained more notoriety online, particularly on 2channel. It even landed a coveted place on Japan's notorious Things You Must Never Search For list. Word soon spread that the episode of Ryan no Gokigenyo that the woman had featured in had been erased from existence by the showrunners, who were desperate not to let anyone rewatch it. People online were labeling it as cursed, and even an optic hazard, something that once seen will have devastating effects on your mind. It said that once you've seen her face, it's already too late. Tilto is coming for you. She'll be with you soon, her head twisting around, corkscrewing as she walks down your hallway and enters your room, staring at you with hollow, distorted eyes and that grim smile. Is that the floorboards creaking? Or her neck? But don't start sweating just yet. Papa Lazy's here to break down why you're probably not doomed after all. Though it's true that the original image was taken from an episode of Ryan no Gokigenyo, not all is as it seems. If you search the term Gokigenyo Kankyaku, or Good Day Audience, on Google, you'll be met with an earlier incarnation of the screen grab, in which the woman's neck is less contorted, and her skin decidedly more pale. Still creepy, but still not the unedited original. That would be this. Rather than the fact that the woman's looking directly at the camera, there really isn't anything unnatural about her at all. The same woman was even spotted in a different episode of Gokigenyo, proving that she was just an ordinary audience member and not a paranormal entity. So if that's all there is to it, why did this image of all things get turned into a creepy internet artifact with its own lore and everything? Well, although many people claimed that the episode featuring this woman had been deleted from online archives, that too was nothing more than fiction. A clip of said episode, which aired on May 5th, 2009, has since been unearthed, and here it is for your viewing pleasure. As you can see, a lot less creepy than the story made out. In fact, not creepy at all. It appears the audience member was merely imitating the host, who mere moments prior had tilted his head as he made a joke. In all likelihood, a 2-channel user saw the woman's noteworthy imitation and decided to create this cursed image. Knowing Japan's love of kawaii kusasete, otherwise known as the Let Me Be Cute challenge, that first edit was probably expanded upon by another user and was turned into this creepier version, made famous by the schlocky article. An article which was of course published by Core magazine, whom I've talked about in the past. Let's just say they're not exactly known for their journalistic integrity, and I've no doubt they simply ripped this image from 2channel and slapped on a story to go with it. It makes me wonder if this woman, whoever she may be, is even aware of how much of a storm she's caused online, all with the simple tilt of her head. Just goes to show, these internet urban legends truly can come from anywhere. On September 1st, 2016, 32-year-old Charlie Carver, who went by the name Charlie David on Facebook, made a surprising update to his page. That he and his 30-year-old girlfriend, Kayla Brown, had gotten married. Now normally such news would be cause for celebration, but in this case, it was cause for concern. And not just because the couple hadn't told any of their relatives that they were engaged. You see, several days prior to this post being made, both Charlie and Kayla had been reported missing. Their families had been unable to contact them for quite some time, and Kayla's much-loved dog had been left unattended inside her home to fend for itself. Over the coming days, Charlie continued to update his Facebook page, announcing that he and Kayla were buying a house and expecting a daughter. It goes without saying that friends and family members tried messaging Charlie, asking him where Kayla was and why neither of them were responding to calls or texts. Given the strange manner in which the account replied, it quickly became clear that the person behind the keyboard wasn't Charlie, but rather someone trying to impersonate him, all in an effort to persuade the couple's nearest and dearest that he and Kayla were alive and well.
Where the hell is Kayla Brown?
Kayla is with her husband, Charlie.
Why can't she have any contact with us? And who is this?
She does not want to.
I don't believe that. I know Kayla. She's not just gonna run away from everyone. You or her should at least let someone know she's alive.
The people that needed to know that we are okay know that.
Charlie, where are you? Are you okay? Is this even really you?
Yes, I am fine.
Is this really you?
It was obvious to everyone who knew Charlie that someone else was making use of his account. Not only were these strange replies completely out of character, but evidently some of them had been written in the third person. Eerily, whoever was operating the Facebook account seemed to be leaving unsettling and taunting clues about what they had done with the couple, including the final lyrics to Hotel California. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax, said the Nightman. We are programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. Suspicion immediately fell upon Charlie's estranged wife, Nicole Carver. At the time the couple disappeared, Charlie and Nicole were in the process of divorcing. Not only did she have a motive for making her husband and his new partner vanish, but she possibly had access to his social media accounts too. When one of the couple's friends inquired about the strange Facebook updates, the account responded,
Well, I'd keep my nose clean and out of it. And how do you know my hubby?
Concerned, Kayla and Charlie's relatives brought these posts to the attention of the authorities. After 2 months of searching for the missing couple, detectives were able to trace where their cell phones had last been used. This led them to a 100-acre South Carolina property, owned by successful real estate broker and serial slayer, Todd Kohlhepp, who some of you may know by a different moniker. The Amazon Review Killer. A man so depraved that he'd chain his victims up and then post reviews about the high-security padlocks he had used on Amazon. One of his earlier reviews, posted in 2015, even referenced the same Eagles song. Now my locks have locks. Place is Hotel California now. In a review for a small shovel, he had written, "Keep in car for when you have to hide the bodies, and you left the full-size shovel at home." In keeping with his modus operandi, law enforcement found Kayla Brown on Kohlhepp's property, chained up like a dog inside a shipping container. Worse for wear, but thankfully still alive. She had been locked inside the container for the entire 2 months that she had been missing, during which time she had been repeatedly SA'd. Her situation seemed to line up with another review which Kohlhepp had left on Amazon. Solid locks. Have 5 of them on a shipping container. Won't stop them, but sure will slow them down until they're too old to care. As for Kayla's boyfriend, Charlie, his remains were discovered nearby. His life had been taken shortly after he had gone missing, though not before Kohlhepp could extract his Facebook login information. Unable to imitate Charlie's written voice as it were, he instead tried impersonating his estranged wife, Nicole. If he couldn't convince Charlie's followers that he and Kayla were still alive, he could at least frame Nicole for their disappearances. It came to light that on the day they vanished, both Charlie and Kayla had gone to Kohlhepp's property to do some gardening work. Kayla had done some cleaning work for Kohlhepp's real estate business, so she didn't have any reason to be suspicious of his motives. We had walked inside and got hedge clippers, and then walked back outside, Kayla later recalled. When Todd came back out, he had a gun in his hand. He fired 3 shots into Charlie's chest. He wrapped him up in a blue tarp, put him in the bucket of the tractor, locked me down here. I never saw Charlie again. Later, Kohlhepp led Kayla to an area full of pre-dug holes and told her, "If you ever try to escape, Kayla, you're going straight into one of those holes." Unfortunately, Charlie and Kayla hadn't been Kohlhepp's only victims. Further excavation of Kohlhepp's property led to the discovery of 2 more bodies, those of missing husband and wife Johnny Coxey and Megan McCraw Coxey. Kohlhepp has since been convicted of 7 slayings, which he committed between 2003 and 2016. This included a quadruple homicide in which he claimed 4 lives inside a motorcycle shop. On November 6, 2003, he walked into Chesney's Superbike Motorsports and mowed down the store's owner, Scott Ponder, service manager Brian Lucas, mechanic Chris Sherbert, and bookkeeper Beverly Guy. According to Kohlhepp's own mother, he had attempted to return a motorcycle there, but the employees laughed at his request for a refund, and as such, he decided to exact his own twisted brand of revenge. He's currently serving 7 consecutive life sentences, without the possibility of parole. A mere 20 miles northwest of Cincinnati lies the quiet farming community of Fernald, Ohio, a place where the secret is chilling as it is captivating. For decades, the town's livelihood revolved around the Feed Materials Production Center, otherwise known as NLO, a 1,050-acre facility concealed behind a shroud of government ownership. Unbeknownst to the public, NLO was a clandestine Department of Energy operation that from 1953 to 1989 covertly processed high-grade uranium for the nation's nuclear arsenal.
When I was hired in there, they said it was a low-level radiation plant, and that you didn't have anything to worry about. There was nothing back there that would bother you, and Just, go on about your business, not to tell anybody what you were doing, and everything would be fine.
Little did Harry know that fine would soon turn into a nightmare. The year was 1984, and NLO was thrust into the spotlight by a catastrophic event. A factory accident had unleashed a torrent of radioactive smoke into the atmosphere, shattering the facility's veil of secrecy. An investigation laid bare the grim truth. Over the years, NLO had discharged more than 200 tons of radioactive dust into the air and local water sources. The aftermath of this environmental disaster left the community distrusting their government like never before. But amidst this turmoil, a shadowy mystery unfolded. Just 6 months before the NLO disaster, David Box, an employee of the plant, had met with a grisly end within its walls. Dave, a dedicated worker and loving father, held an important position at the facility. He was a pipe fitter, and it was his responsibility to inspect and maintain the factory's sensitive equipment. For example, he had to make sure that the safety pumps and dust collectors were working properly. But evidently, Dave was less than impressed by the quality of the equipment inside the plant. At the time he was employed, the machinery was already 30 years old, and the pipes were cracked and leaking. He had often warned his colleagues to avoid certain dust collectors that were more radioactive than they should be. He was a quiet man by nature, but was willing to speak up for the greater good. He'd once encountered a co-worker sleeping on the job and reported him to his superiors, leading to the man being suspended. On the night of his demise, Dave followed his nightly ritual, meeting co-worker Harry Easterling in the parking lot of a restaurant before their joint graveyard shift, which ran from midnight to 8 AM. The pair lived in Loveland, about 30 miles west of NLO, so carpooling made a lot of sense.
That night, Dave got into my truck,
said Harry, recounting the events of June 20th, 1984.
We left, had a little conversation on the way to work. He talked about an upcoming vacation with his kids, and how he bought a new lunchbox for work. Everything seemed to be normal.
Harry and Dave were among the few employees who worked overnight at the plant. After the production lines had shut down, only maintenance workers and security personnel were allowed on site. Upon arrival, Harry and Dave went to the maintenance room for their work assignments. That night, Dave was assigned to the pump in Plant 8. He opened his toolbox, left his keys in the padlock, and left the lock and the keys on top of the toolbox. An important detail worth remembering. Later on during their shift, at approximately 4 AM, another worker saw Dave and a supervisor in a parked pickup truck outside in the lot. According to this witness, Dave and this supervisor appeared to be having a serious discussion, though clearly one they didn't want anyone else to hear. An hour later, at 5 AM, that same witness bumped into Dave doing his rounds, and Dave appeared to be acting normally. Strangely though, he noted that Dave was making his way to Plant 4 rather than Plant 8 where he had been assigned. That was the last time that Dave Box was seen alive. As night became morning, Harry Easterling realized something. He hadn't seen Dave for hours.
At approximately 7 that morning, we had a safety meeting in the conference room in Plant 4,
Harry recalled.
We showed up for the meeting, but Dave wasn't there. I walked back to the maintenance building, put my tools away, and noticed Dave's toolbox was still open. His keys were still on top, still in the padlock. I thought he was probably working overtime, so I went in, made a few calls, but still couldn't locate him. I went back out and told the security guard at the desk that Dave hadn't come out. I was going home, and I'd meet him the next night at the restaurant.
Well, that next evening rolled around, and Dave didn't show up for his carpool with Harry. Realizing that nobody had seen Dave since the night prior, Harry rushed to work and reported him missing to his supervisor. A search of the facility ensued, leading to an unsettling discovery. The plant record showed that at 5:15 AM, the furnace in Plant 6 had briefly dropped 28 degrees, indicating that something had been dropped into one of the vats. a small bone fragment was found resting on the lip of the Unsolved vat, a salt bath about 4 feet wide and 10 feet long. It was filled with a slurry of sodium chloride and potassium chloride, which sweltered at 1,350 degrees Fahrenheit. It was so hot, it was impossible to get within 10 feet of it.
It just looked like hell,
Harry said, describing the Unsolved vat.
If you were to look down at hell, and there was a big hole in the ground, that's what it looked like. A big, open, red hole in the ground, like a volcano.
While inspecting the Unsolved vat, one worker noticed a mysterious, foul-smelling black sludge which had formed on top of the slurry. It took 3 full days for the molten liquid to cool and drain. On June 23rd, investigators found a set of keys which were strangely unincinerated at the bottom of the Unsolved vat. They were Dave's. Along with the keys, they also found a melted steel toe from a boot, part of an eyeglass frame, parts of Dave's walkie-talkie, and a stainless steel wire that was looped together in 3 oddly connecting circles. There were also bone fragments, and what appeared to be a black impression in the shape of a human being. Dave Box was almost certainly dead, having entered the molten slurry. The initial theory was that he had accidentally slipped into the furnace's fiery maw, but there were 2 problems with that. Firstly, the record showed that Dave had fallen into the vat at 5:15 AM, but Harry had seen Dave's set of keys, the same ones found in the vat's waste, 2 hours later at 7:30 AM, resting atop his toolbox. So how had they ended up in the furnace? Secondly, it wouldn't have been possible for anyone to have fallen into the slurry. Even when in operation, a heavy, immovable concrete lid covered the Unsolved vat. The only way for someone to enter it would have been to squeeze, or be forced, through a small opening, about the size of 2 notebooks. Some suggested that Dave had intentionally entered the vat in order to end his own existence, citing his recent divorce from his wife, but his family vehemently disagreed. They pointed to Dave's plans for the future, his recent purchases, and his meticulous financial preparations as proof he had no motive to unalive himself. And, again, given the temperature the vat was kept at, entering it willingly just doesn't seem like a realistic possibility. He'd have likely perished before he even had a chance to enter the slurry. Even if he had sprinted up the vat's ladder and jumped in, Dave, who was 6'1" and about 180 pounds, would have found it difficult to fit through its narrow opening. Former NLO employee David Day echoed that sentiment, insisting that homicide was the only possible explanation.
He was probably lowered into the furnace,
speculated Day.
I can't think of any other way it could have happened.
He, the Box family, and others believed that Dave was silenced because he knew too much, and was possibly on the brink of blowing the whistle on the alarming uranium releases from Plant 8, a revelation which would be brought to light just 6 months after Dave met his fate. Investigative reporter DC Cole agrees with that.
I think he knew something. It's possible that he was a whistleblower, or was going to be a whistleblower. Plant 8 had released 4 times more radioactive contaminants into the environment than any other plant at the site. They killed him, then took his body back to Plant 6, where the furnace is. I'd hate to think that he was still conscious. I can't imagine a more horrible way to go than that.
Some have even theorized that the looped stainless steel wire found in the furnace had been used to bind David's hands and feet. Despite an appeal by Robert Stack for information in March 1994, the mystery surrounding Dave Bock's end remains unresolved to this day. While some dismiss the notion of foul play, others believe a sinister cover-up continues to conceal the truth. His friend, Harry Easterling, hoped that one day someone would step forward to reveal the dark secrets hidden within NLO walls. Unfortunately, he's since passed away, having never conclusively known the truth about his friend's demise. In 1989, NLO ceased operations, but Dave's family still grapples with the impossibility of laying him to rest. His remains, tainted by toxicity, rest in a drum, stored alongside other radioactive materials at a Nevada test site. December 20th, 1980. It was a bitterly cold winter's night in Minnesota, and 19-year-old Jean Hilliard was driving back to her family home in the small city of Lengby after a night out. But as she made her way along the narrow country roads, disaster struck. Her tires hit a patch of black ice, which sent her vehicle careening off the road and into a ditch, rendering it completely immobile. Stranded in the freezing cold, Jean knew that sitting in her broken car until morning was a death sentence. Rather than sit there and wait to expire, she decided to take her chances and set off in the direction of a friend's house, hoping that, against all odds, she'd either make it there or find help before hypothermia set in. Trouble was, it was a 2-mile journey. It was midnight in the middle of nowhere, and outside, it was minus 30 degrees Celsius. Jean trudged through the desolate, frozen countryside, barely able to see for the pitch blackness, heavy snow, and bone-chilling wind. Wearing only a jacket, jeans, and cowboy boots, every second spent outside felt like a million daggers piercing her skin. But she didn't truly begin to panic until she stopped feeling anything at all. As she drew closer to her friend's house, her entire body began to feel numb. Soon, it became a challenge to even think straight, and a strange desire to just lay down and go to sleep overtook her. After walking for close to an hour, an exhausted and disoriented Jean finally made it to her friend's home. Warmth and safety was just a few steps away, but journeying through the snowdrift had pushed Jean's body to breaking point, and just 15 meters from her friend's front door, she collapsed. For the next 6 hours, Jean lay unconscious in Arctic temperatures. At 7 a.m., her friend, Wally Nelson, found Jean's body in his driveway, encased in a shell of ice. She had turned into a human statue, frozen completely solid. When he lifted her up and placed her in his car, her limbs didn't dangle. "Her face was ghost-like, and her body was stiff as pulp stick," said Wally. "I figured she was dead." Wally rushed Jean to the hospital, even though there was clearly nothing anyone could do for her. Doctors tried to gauge Jean's body temperature, but it was so low that their thermometers struggled to register it. They tried to administer an IV drip, but her skin was too hard to pierce with a needle. Her mouth wouldn't open. Her arms wouldn't bend. Her eyes wouldn't respond to light. According to Dr. George Sather, Jean's body was like a frozen piece of meat. Unable to check her vitals, the doctors initially thought that Jean was dead. That is, until one of them noticed small bubbles coming out of her nose, and another heard a faint whimpering from her mouth. Unbelievably, Jean was still alive. Though her chances of survival were effectively zero, the hospital staff did everything in their power to thaw Jean out and save her life. They wrapped her in electric thermal blankets and attached heated pads to her icy skin, being careful not to raise her body temperature too quickly. After some time, they were able to detect a pulse. Her heartbeat had slowed to just 8 beats per minute, and she was taking a breath just 2 or 3 times per minute. But even though she was still alive, the prognosis was bleak. Even if she survived, and that was a pretty big if, she'd almost certainly have severe brain damage due to a lack of oxygen. Her limbs would also need amputating due to frostbite. All that's to say, not much of a life was waiting for her if she ever regained consciousness. Doctors continued thawing her out for the rest of the morning. As Jean's body slowly warmed, it regained its natural colour and flexibility. At noon, she awoke from her stasis and asked a nurse for a glass of water. Stunned doctors rushed in and asked how she was feeling. Jean responded that she was worried what her dad might say about the wrecked car. She had no idea she had just been brought back from the brink of death. Miraculously, Jean hadn't lost any brain function. Her mind was in perfect working order, and she remembered everything from the night before, right up to when she collapsed. Experts were sure that they'd have to amputate all of her limbs due to frostbite, But once again, defying all the odds, both of her arms and legs regained complete functionality after just 3 days of recovery. After 49 days of examination, she was released from hospital. Today, she continues leading a completely normal and healthy life. The medical community stood in awe, struggling to comprehend this remarkable feat of survival. Specialized equipment now exists to help people suffering from extreme hypothermia, sure, but back then, Gina had been taken to a small, rural hospital that lacked such technology. Indeed, that was the unsolved element of Jean's story that earned it a place on Unsolved Mysteries. As mentioned in the episode, some people put Jean's recovery down to the local community, who held a prayer chain for her as she thawed out. Though her case is still considered something of a medical mystery, most believe that there's a more scientific explanation. Experts now theorize that while out in the snow, Jean went into hibernation mode. Her body must have frozen before her heart stopped, and her brain had likely become so cold that its cells required very little oxygen to survive. The fact she didn't need any limbs removed was pure luck. Since her doctor knew to increase her blood flow at the same rate she warmed, Jean was able to make a full recovery. In the doctor's words, "No one's dead until they're warm and dead." Speaking of her near-death experience, all Jean had to say was, "It's like I fell asleep and woke up in the hospital. I didn't see the light or anything like that. It was kind of disappointing. So many people talk about that, and I didn't get anything." "13-year-old Andrea Durham went missing from Fort Walton Beach, Florida on February 1st, 1990. That evening, she was with her mother and elder sister at their Royal Apartments residence. Her mum and sister left to run an errand and asked Andrea to stay home and vacuum. Andrea agreed. They returned 2 hours later and found the apartment door unlocked. The vacuum cleaner was standing upright in the middle of the living room, but Andrea herself was nowhere to be found. Her purse, clothes, and all of her other personal belongings were undisturbed inside. Even her shoes were still by the door. It was as if she had been interrupted by someone whilst in the middle of cleaning. Andrea wasn't the type of girl to go out by herself in the middle of the night. Even though she hadn't taken any of her possessions, or even any money, the authorities initially considered Andrea a runaway, though they later conceded that something more sinister had likely happened to her. The three main theories now being that she was either targeted by a random killer, taken by a person that she knew, or that she had fallen victim to human traffickers. The fact there was no sign of a forced entry has led many internet detectives to go with the middle option. But despite interviewing nearly everyone who knew her, the investigators working the case were never able to identify any potential suspects. As well as the Soul Asylum music video, Andrea's face was added to cold case playing cards and distributed to inmates throughout the US, in hopes that someone would recognize her or connect a few dots and come forward with information. People in prison talk. Maybe someone had heard something. Sadly, this didn't result in any breakthroughs. Some have theorized that Andrea's disappearance may have been connected to two murderers, Mark Reeb and William Alex Wells III, two half-brothers who operated in Santa Rosa around the time that she vanished. No hard evidence has ever linked them to her case. Sapporo, the largest city in Hokkaido, Japan's northernmost prefecture. A beautiful area renowned for its serene landscapes and snowy winters. It has such a tranquil and relaxing reputation that my wife and I actually went there on our honeymoon. It's a great place to enjoy some winter sports, go for walks in nature, or just enjoy the city's vibrant and varied attractions. And with an extremely low crime rate, all of that can be enjoyed with near complete peace of mind. But if this case teaches us anything, it's that even the most peaceful places have their dark sides. Two people who called Sapporo home were Osamu and Hiroko Tamura. In 1994, they had a child together who immediately became their pride and joy, a daughter who they named Luna. Growing up, Luna had always found it difficult to come out of her shell, and since kids can be cruel, her quiet nature caught the attention of school bullies. Following the example of the loudest and most malicious, many of Runa's peers began making fun of her on a daily basis, calling her names and saying that she looked like a cartoon character. For the most part, Runa internalized her anger. But everyone has their limits. On one occasion, after being insulted, she chased a male classmate with a box cutter, fully intending to slice him to pieces before she was finally restrained. Though she was able to regain her composure, she later approached that same classmate and announced, "If you do that again, I'll kill you." Those words became a mantra that she lived by. From then on, the other students no longer made fun of her. They completely avoided her, terrified of how she might retaliate if they got on her bad side. That incident had taught Runa one thing, that it was better to be feared than to fear others. Given that her formative years were plagued with torment and isolation, Runa became a reclusive girl, one who grew up into a reclusive young woman. For obvious reasons, she found it difficult to form friendships and relationships. Her parents, 59-year-old Osamu and 60-year-old Hiroko, did their best to support Runa. They took her out of the school system which she loathed so much, and paid for the best psychiatric treatment money could buy to help with any issues that she may have developed. One suggested that she may suffer from Gemütlose psychopathy, which nowadays people generally call antisocial personality disorder. According to those who knew them, Runa's parents had a daughter-first attitude. Her father was a prominent and successful psychiatric doctor himself, and he used his wealth to shower Runa in gifts and make her feel loved. Both parents doted on her hand and foot, catered to her every desire, even followed her rules. In many ways, Runa had the run of their 4-story luxury house, a house which she rarely left. I've seen some articles refer to her as a hikikomori, a shut-in who withdraws from society. Indeed, Runa would whittle her days away on the internet, posting on forums about her hatred of men. After all, it had always been the boys tormenting her at school, and she carried those memories with her into adulthood. It was in 2023 that Runa, now 29 years old, began attempting to socialize more with others in online chat rooms. It was on one such site that she met Tomo, a fellow lesbian looking for a companion. Runa and Tomo really hit it off, and would spend hours chatting online about anything and everything. Eventually, they agreed to meet in person at a disco night in Sapporo's nightlife district, Susukino. But there was one problem. Tomo wasn't who she claimed to be. She was Hiroshi Una, a 62-year-old man who had created a female persona to meet and hook up with women. It was a secret he kept from everyone, including his wife and children. After all, Hiroshi had a reputation to maintain. He was a dedicated company employee, a mild-mannered and well-respected member of his local community, your typical family man. But secretly, Hiroshi would spend many a night at bars and clubs, convincing his wife that his boss was hosting a nomikai, that is, after-work drinks with co-workers. Since it was his boss, they were offers he couldn't refuse. Really though, Hiroshi was leading a double life. One as his alter ego, who was well known in Susukino, Tomo-chan. And despite being older than her father, Hiroshi had made use of makeup and filters to convince Runa that he was a much younger woman. To be clear, because this is a sensitive topic, Hiroshi didn't identify as a woman or as trans. By all accounts, he did enjoy dressing up as Tomo-chan, but considered it a hobby and not part of his gender identity. But according to those whom Hiroshi frequently partied and socialized with, he didn't go out dressed as Tomo-chan just for his own pleasure. He also found that it had strategic benefits. As Tomo-chan, women viewed him as less threatening and would let their guards down around him. Crucially, they were more likely to hang out with him one-on-one. Occasionally, he'd even get one to come back to a hotel with him. On a more sinister note, Hiroshi had been barred from many a night spot for taking advantage of female patrons while they were drunk or passed out. He never faced any serious repercussions for those actions though. Japan is, after all, notoriously bad when it comes to prosecuting cases of SA. Even during daylight hours, Hiroshi still had something of a reputation. he'd been kicked out of several bathhouses for being a wani, or crocodile, the word used for those who spy on patrons of the opposite sex as they bathe in onsen. A former contact of Hiroshi's, known as Mr. Sato, has since testified.
The first place I met Hiroshi was at a mixed onsen in Kitayazawa. It's a hot spring along the river, where families and ordinary people go, but it's a famous spot for crocodiles. There was a culture there where male customers would secretly watch women bathe. Hiroshi was a regular.
In late May of this year, Runa and Hiroshi, or perhaps I should say Tomo, met in person at the nightclub. These images, captured inside the venue, show Runa and Tomo having a good time, hugging, smiling, dancing, and seemingly being very flirtatious. At this point, it's believed that Runa still had no idea that Tomo was actually Hiroshi. After all, the room was dark, and she very rarely interacted with men, other than her father, Osamu that is. Speaking of Osamu, he too was at the club that same night. Given that she rarely left the house or interacted with strangers, Runa had likely asked him to come along for moral support, though it appears she also asked him to stay out of the way, as these images, taken within the venue that same night, show him wandering around aimlessly by himself, while also keeping an eye on his daughter. After a few hours, Runa left the venue with her dad, but stayed in touch with Hiroshi online. Hiroshi even sent a text to his friends, saying that he had met a great girl and that they were now dating. On their second meeting in mid-June, Hiroshi took Runa out for dinner, yet again in Susukino. It's unknown what exactly transpired that evening. Some reports say that Hiroshi forced himself upon Runa when they were alone. Others state that he raped her and filmed the entire ordeal on his phone. Others still say that he merely revealed he was actually a man and confessed his love for her. What we do know is that Runa learned of Hiroshi's true identity that night, and then returned home and expressed her anger and humiliation to her parents. Osamu contacted Hiroshi directly and warned him to stay away from his daughter and to never message her again. Hiroshi agreed, so long as Osamu agreed not to contact the police. Perhaps thinking that he'd just get let off with a warning anyway, Osamu reluctantly agreed. Unbelievably, just 1 month later, Hiroshi broke his side of the bargain and messaged Runa, asking to meet with her for a third date. Even more unbelievably, Runa agreed. But that's because she had something other than romance on her mind. Revenge. July 1st, 2023, the date of Hiroshi and Runa's third and final meeting. At 10:50 PM, Hiroshi, dressed as Tomo-chan, was seen entering a love hotel with a young woman dressed in white, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a face mask, seemingly trying to conceal her identity. Such disguises aren't unusual for people booking into Japanese love hotels, where rooms are rented by the hour, and where many people go to cheat on their partners or to have casual flings. At such fine establishments, anonymity and discretion are the name of the game. In fact, the rooms are often soundproofed and devoid of windows, and you can typically pay in cash through a small hole so even the staff can't see your face. Hiroshi had booked them into room 202, otherwise known as the Pink Room. The pair entered, and Hiroshi made his way into the bathroom to freshen up before they got down to business. As he stood looking in the mirror with his back to the bathroom door, Runa approached him from behind, with a video camera in one hand and a sharp blade in the other. She then set about taking his life, while simultaneously making her very own snuff film. After embracing Hiroshi from behind, Runa punctured him several times with the blade, with one stab extending from his collarbone down to his lung. The lack of defensive marks on his arms and hands indicates that the whole attack ended quickly, and Hiroshi likely perished before he even knew what was happening. Following this, Runa took a handsaw and a set of various blades which she had brought with her, and removed Hiroshi's head, wearing a pre-packed raincoat to avoid any splatter. She then proceeded to call the front desk using the hotel room's phone, and inform them that one of the checked-in guests would be leaving, but that the other was going to spend the night. She then left the scene, taking with her Hiroshi's phone, wallet, clothes, and anything else that could be used to identify him, including his head. These images, captured just outside of the hotel at approximately 2 AM, showed Runa in a new disguise, carrying her morbid assortment of items in a prepared suitcase and backpack. After exiting the hotel alone, her father, Osamu, pulled up in his car and helped her flee the scene. You see, Runa had actually told her parents that Hiroshi had invited her on a third date, and together, the family planned the perfect murder. Osamu, a trained psychiatrist who worked in a hospital, knew his way around the human body, and instructed his daughter on how to remove Hiroshi's head, something she'd have to take with her, along with any personal objects, to delay identification. On the day of the incident, he bought Runa the saw, backpack and suitcase, and provided her with a blonde wig. The mother, Hiroko, was to wait at home, while Osamu waited outside the hotel until the deed was done. Runa and her father then returned to their home, located 10 kilometers away from the scene. They handed Hiroko the bag containing Hiroshi's head. She placed it inside an icebox, which they left in the bathroom. Satisfied that her parents would clean up after her like they always did, Runa then borrowed her dad's car, drove straight back to Susukino, and partied into the early hours at the same club where she had first met Hiroshi. Though the night was still young, this was likely an attempt to build an alibi. In that same vein, Osamu went straight back to work the following day and acted as if nothing had happened. According to all of Osamu's co-workers, he seemed to be in good spirits and got on with his work as normal. From the outside at least, he appeared cool as a cucumber, and there was no indication that a human head was in his icebox back home. Hiroko, on the other hand, was less inconspicuous and tight-lipped. On July 2nd, she phoned a relative and told them what had happened, explaining that she didn't think Runa would actually go through with the act. She was wrong. Around that same time, hotel staff went to check on the guest in the pink room, who had failed to check out at the correct hour. Upon entering, they noticed that the bed was still made and hadn't been used, and that there was a foul smell emanating from the bathroom. Inside, they found Hiroshi in a crouching position inside the bathtub. They called out to him, but got no reply. It was only upon closer inspection that they realized he didn't have a head. Investigators were summoned, and they combed the room for evidence, but found no fingerprints at the scene. The body was soon linked to missing family man Hiroshi Yuna, and an examination of his computer activity led the authorities to their prime suspect, Runa Tamura, the only person that he had made plans with on the night of his demise. Not only that, but Runa lived close to an area where the remains of a cat had recently been found. The cat was missing its head. The discovery had been brought to the authorities' attention, though no culprit had been found. Officers arrived at the Tamura household on July 25th, 3 weeks after the incident had taken place. They caught Runa, Osamu, and Hiroko completely off guard. According to investigators, the family were evidently hoarders, since there was so little room to maneuver inside the home, with piles of boxes in every room and objects scattered across every square inch of floor. They proceeded to half search and half clean up the home, packing much of the mess away into garbage bags. After some time, they were able to recover all of Hiroshi's missing belongings, including his mobile phone, a device which had been broken, likely to either delete evidence or destroy any videos that Hiroshi himself may have taken. Most disturbingly, they also found Hiroshi's head still on ice inside the family's bathroom. Given that 3 weeks had passed, it was obviously worse for wear, and certain parts of it were missing. Sections of Hiroshi's skin had been peeled off and hung up like laundry. Detectives also seized videos that had been taken both before and after the slaughter. Although they haven't been released to the public, the one taken inside the family home reportedly shows gloved hands, allegedly Runa's, playing with Hiroshi's neck and head. Since both her hands are reportedly visible in the clip, and since the camera angle changes, they believe that one of Runa's parents was filming her. It's since been revealed that after the slaying had taken place, but before the story was reported on by the news media, all 3 family members had searched the term Susukino murder on their smartphones. Runa's collection of over 20 blades was also seized. All 3 family members were originally taken into custody for damaging, abandoning, and possessing a body, though on August 14th, they were also charged with first degree. Upon her arrest, Runa told investigators, "There are several personalities inside of me. One of them did this." Suspecting that she may have been coached to say this by her psychiatrist father, Runa and her parents are currently undergoing psychiatric analysis to determine whether they can be held responsible for Hiroshi's slaying. They'll remain in police detention until 2024, when a verdict will be returned about their mental states and whether they're fit to stand trial. Well, the response to this whole incident online has been mixed. Though some argue that a premeditated slaying can never be justified, I think I've seen more people sympathizing with Runa and her parents. They argue that her revenge was justified, and that Osamu and Hiroko were just looking out for their daughter's best interests by taking the law into their own hands. If you ask me though, it's too soon to be jumping to any conclusions, and we should all be careful not to mistake rumours with facts. Since this case is still ongoing, and since all three suspects are remaining tight-lipped as a defence, it's yet to be seen whether this truly was a revenge slaying, or, as some Japanese internet users say, a pleasure kill. Though Hiroshi did have a history of acting inappropriately and forcing himself upon women, in this case, there's no concrete proof that he did anything other than mislead Runa about his identity. And even then, some are skeptical that Runa didn't realise Hiroshi was a man in drag when they first met. It is true that she had little interaction with men in the outside world, but she did see plenty of them on TV at home, and her father, Osamu, was also known to dress up as a goth drag queen himself and put on shows with his band around Susukino. That's to say, she knew what a middle-aged man in drag looked like. So did Hiroshi and Runa really fall out because he had tricked her, or did she have another motive to take his life? Whatever the case, this is an extremely bizarre story that I wanted to share with you all today and get your thoughts on. I haven't seen many other YouTubers talking about it, especially in English, so shout out to my wife for bringing it to my attention. When all's said and done, there clearly are still large gaps in the details that the authorities haven't provided, so when new information comes out, I'll be sure to update you all on my social media platforms, or maybe even make another video entirely. Until then, all we can do is put this mystery on ice and speculate.
In the desolate mountains of Colorado, a cult known as the Lovers One operated for years, spreading their twisted beliefs and causing chaos.
There's a lot of mind manipulation going on.
Led by their enigmatic leader, Amy Carlson, the group believed it was their duty to save humanity from impending doom.
I am God!
As the authorities would later discover though, Lovers One was far from the peaceful, enlightened group that they portrayed themselves to be. Reports of brainwashing, control, and even death began to surface, and Amy Carlson's story concluded in a way that nobody saw coming. This is that story. Born in 1975, Amy Carlson's life began as ordinarily as anyone else's. Originally from Dallas, Texas, she grew up in a supportive, middle-class household. A straight-A honor student, Amy wasn't only gifted academically, but socially as well. She learned early on in life that she had a gift of sorts: the power of persuasion. She had long been able to command the attention of her playmates and convince them to do whatever she wanted. It was an ability that came naturally to her, and one that she would use for her own nefarious purposes later in life. Throughout her young adulthood, a once down-to-earth Amy inexplicably became a lot more spacey. She began sharing her thoughts on starships and otherworldly beings with her family and friends, and seemed to genuinely believe that she had a higher consciousness level than other humans. In her late 20s and early 30s, Amy took a strong interest in New Age philosophical concepts and began posting her thoughts on the Lightworkers Internet Forum, a place where she met other like-minded spirits, including a man named Amarith White Eagle. Amarith convinced Amy that she was more than mortal. She was divine, the ultimate deity, the creator of the entire universe.
But to nurture that potential, she needed someone to take them under their wing. And who better than a white eagle? Now, Amy's adult life had been marred by underachievement. Despite her intelligence, she had never really amounted to much. By 2007, she found herself in something of a rut. A frustrated young mother of 3 on her 3rd marriage, working as a manager at McDonald's. Now all she had to look forward to was an ordinary life. Enough for most, but not for her. She no doubt believed that she was destined for greater things, and was frustrated with her wasted potential. The prospect of being the greatest of things must have sounded enticing. After chatting online with Amarith White Eagle for several months, Amy began experiencing what she called paranormal phenomena. Amarith must have been right, she thought. She was more than mortal after all. During their family Thanksgiving dinner in 2007, Amy calmly stood up from the table, walked out of the house, and never returned. She abandoned her husband and children, cut all contact with them and the rest of her family, and moved in with her online pen pal, Amarith White Eagle, in Crestone, Colorado. There, the two of them founded the Galactic Federation of Light, a spiritual sect which was to lead humanity away from destruction and into the stars. The group truly began growing in size in 2014 though, when Amarith split from Amy and she moved in with her new partner, Miguel Lamboy. Where Amarith had always been a bit more head in the clouds, Miguel was far more grounded, or at least business-minded, and helped Amy spread the good word much more effectively. He became Amy's head of logistics and financing, established her sect as a non-profit organization exempt from federal income tax, and changed the group's name from the Galactic Federation of Light to something much more marketable. Love has won. Online, Amy and Miguel preached of how a cabal of reptilians controlled the world, and were keeping it in a state of low vibration, which would inevitably lead to the downfall of mankind. By adopting the beliefs of other online communities, like the QAnon theorists, she and Miguel were able to reach a much larger audience of easily manipulated people, and soon they gained a surprisingly large following. Proponents of Love Has Won believed that Amy was a 19 billion-year-old being who had birthed all creation. Though a singular deity, her Amy shell was just one of 534 forms that she had taken throughout human history. Amy somehow convinced her followers that in past lives she had been Joan of Arc, Marilyn Monroe, and Cleopatra. Those same worshippers gave Amy a new name, Mother God, though they'd typically refer to her more affectionately as Mama G, or simply Mum. They believed that their new mother would lead 144,000 people into a so-called fifth dimension, a place where their souls would be safe. To add to all this delusion, the group also believed that Amy was the queen of the lost continent of Lemuria, that Donald Trump was her father in a past life, and that Amy frequently talked with the spirit of the late actor Robin Williams, who, of course, was actually the Archangel Zadkiel. And that's just scratching the surface of their wild beliefs. With the group now growing dramatically in size, Amy moved as many as 20 core members to Colorado, where they lived with her and served her. There, they would livestream daily on YouTube, recruiting new members, requesting donations for their cause, and shilling all sorts of New Age products. They even offered their viewers what they called etheric surgery, which could, apparently, remove sickness and negative energy from the body, all for the low price of $88. Suddenly Amy's true motivation becomes a lot more clear. This etheric treatment involved telling the patient to stare into the sun for prolonged periods of time in order to get light codes. Despite espousing the importance of love and peace, Amy ruled over her followers with an iron fist. She didn't permit them to sleep for more than 4 hours a night, was physically and verbally aggressive towards them, their children and their pets, made them wait on her hand and foot, and had them forward all of their savings to the group's bank account, which, of course, Amy used to finance her lavish lifestyle. Ex-members who were able to escape her grasp denounced Love Has Won as a cult, and the families of those who couldn't or wouldn't leave made countless reports to the authorities,
stating that their loved ones were the victims of brainwashing and fraud. In May of 2020, one member of the group was even found staggering through the Colorado wilderness, disoriented, dehydrated, and not wearing any clothes. Apparently, Amy and her followers had banished this member, accusing him of lacking the right energy and of being on the wrong side of the mountain. This follower could hardly see where he was walking, since staring into the sun had severely blurred his vision. Even after being treated, he was still convinced that he had ascended into the world of the 5D Matrix. Even today, his family are still helping him recover. In August 2020, Amy flew herself and her followers out to the island of Kauai in Hawaii, where they set up their new base of operations. The locals quickly turned hostile when Amy proclaimed herself to be the Hawaiian goddess, Pele. Protests and demonstrations ensued, with the islanders demanding Love Has Won leave and never return. Eggs and rocks were thrown at their residents and vehicles. Things became so heated that the mayor of Kauai himself had to negotiate the group's departure from the island. Just 1 month after arriving, Love Has Won were effectively chased off Kauai, and they returned to Colorado in September. That same month, the group announced that their leader, 45-year-old Mama G, had lost the use of her legs and was slowly withering away. She was last seen by a member of the general public on April 10th, 2021. On April 28th, a chilling discovery was made. The authorities received a call from none other than Miguel Lampoy, Amy's first devoted member and financial guru. He told them that Amy was dead, and that when he had found her body, her brainwashed followers refused to let him or his son leave the compound. The Saguache County Sheriff's Office immediately raided the property. Their search of the premises was caught on body cam, footage which has recently been posted online.
That's it. I think decom mummification. That's what I'm guessing at this point. The eyelids and stuff. The eyelids they painted, yeah.
I didn't even look at it. I was like, wow, is that her?
Yeah. This has been a while.
Yeah.
In a back room of Love Has Won's mission house in Moffat, officers came upon a makeshift shrine to the cult's fallen leader. Wrapped up tightly in a sleeping bag, decorated with Christmas lights, was their mummified mother god, Amy Coulson. Her decayed face was covered in glitter makeup, and her eyeballs were missing. Since her fingerprints had rotted away, her own mother had to send in a DNA sample to confirm her identity. As it turned out, the resident members of the group had been living with Amy's corpse for the past 2.5 weeks, worshipping and preserving it. Photos taken just before her end showed an extremely emaciated Amy with thinning hair and purple-hued skin. To cleanse her body, she had been ingesting copious amounts of colloidal silver, which had, over time, resulted in her organs failing. Ironically, she had fallen victim to her own teachings. After the raid, 7 of her acolytes were arrested for false imprisonment, tampering with human remains, and a slew of other horrible charges, all of which have since been dropped. The circumstances of Amy's demise are still under investigation. As for Love Has Won itself, Amy's most devoted followers have since taken up the mantle and continue to try and spread her theology to the world. When news of her passing became public, they posted to their Facebook page that their mother had ascended into the 5th dimension. We thank everyone for their full surrender to the divine plan. Mum will give you the next step in your heart in every present moment you're there. Mum enters. The team are respectfully honouring the process law enforcement require, and we are grateful for their diligence in protecting humanity. Mum deeply loves our law enforcement officers, as she does each and every one of her children. The group have since rebranded as 5D All Disclosure, and its members continue to post videos on YouTube, though thankfully they don't seem to have caught on. A member of Amy's first contact ground crew team, Aurora, seems to be the person helming this. One of Amy's protégés, a man named Jason Castillo, with whom she had a relationship, has also set up his own offshoot group, Joy Reigns, where he goes by the alias Father. In an effort to fight their potential expansion, Amy Carlson's own son, Cole, whom she walked out on when he was just 10, has appeared on national TV to warn others about his mother's demented cult. And as for Miguel Lamboy, he has since done everything in his power to dissolve Love Has Won, though that seems to be more for selfish reasons than anything else. Since the group's business accounts have been set up in his name, he's effectively taken the money and run. He continues to express his belief in Amy's divinity. His current whereabouts is a mystery. It's unclear whether he, or any of the other members, will face charges for their nefarious activities.
Albuquerque's West Mesa, a vast and desolate expanse of land located within the city limits. Arid, barren, the perfect place to hide one's darkest secrets. Prior to 2006, the Arroyo Bank of West Mesa was largely uninhabited. That is, until urban development reached the area and the site was disturbed, buried, and platted for residential construction. On the 2nd of February 2009, a woman walking her dog stumbled upon a bone which had risen to the surface during the area's development. One that looked decidedly human. She notified the authorities, and soon, 11 sets of human female remains were unearthed in a small area, bringing the existence of a formerly unknown serial slayer to the world's attention. One whom the media dubbed the West Mesa Bone Collector. Thanks to the wonders of DNA analysis, the 11 bodies were soon linked to 11 missing person cases. Those of young women aged between 15 and 32, who were mostly of Hispanic descent. Jamie Barella, Monica Candelaria, Victoria Chavez, Virginia Cloven, Selania Edwards, Cinnamon Elks, Doreen Marquez, Julie Nieto, Veronica Romero, Evelyn Salazar, and Michelle Valdez. All of them had disappeared at some point between 2001 and 2005, and most were working as escorts at the time they vanished. One of them, Michelle Valdez, was even pregnant at the time of her demise. Satellite images captured between 2003 and 2005 revealed tire tracks and disturbed soil patches in the vicinity where the remains were later discovered, suggesting that all of the women had been slain at a different location and then driven out to the dumping site. But although all of the victims' names have since been revealed, the identity of their killer remains unknown to this day. Who was the West Mesa Bone Collector, and why did his rampage seemingly come to an abrupt end? Though no suspects have ever been officially named in connection with the slayings, one man in particular has always been a person of interest. Lorenzo Montoya, a 39-year-old printing company employee. Not only did Montoya live less than 3 miles from the burial site, but he also had a history of violence against women, and his co-workers divulged that he had privately confessed to them about the killings. Perhaps most damningly of all, dirt tracks were later found leading from his home to the dumping site. In December 2006, Montoya contacted 19-year-old Sherika Hill through an online chat room and offered her money to come and perform a dance at his mobile home located at 4000 Blake Road Southwest. The pair negotiated a price, and Sherika arrived at Montoya's trailer in the early hours of the morning. It's unknown what exactly transpired inside the trailer, but less than an hour after she had arrived, Montoya had strangled Sherika to death and had wrapped her remains up using duct tape. Little did he realize that Sherika's boyfriend, Frederick Williams, was waiting outside the trailer for his girlfriend to finish her dance. He was watching as Montoya dragged her duct tape body out towards his truck. In a fit of rage, Frederick shot and killed Montoya then and there. Following this, the West Mesa slayings came to an end. Frederick Williams didn't face any charges. The authorities remain convinced that this wasn't Montoya's first rodeo. In the words of Police Chief Ray Schultz,
"There's a good probability that this wasn't the first time Montoya had done something like this. It was very well planned and orchestrated, and that's what's worrisome about this."
While sifting through Lorenzo Montoya's home for evidence, detectives stumbled upon what could very well be a crucial lead. An eerie home recording found on Montoya's camera. The camera's set up facing the wall, leaving what happens off-screen to our imaginations. The audio, too, is sparse. There's no TV on in the background. No radio. The whole scene is deathly quiet. Except, that is, for what sounds like duct tape being pulled off a roll, and a garbage bag being opened. Many people are confident that Montoya was recording this moment for his own sick amusement, a memento he could return to and enjoy again and again. The moment he was disposing of a body. He was careful not to capture any of this grisly scene on film so that he could always plausibly deny what was actually happening just out of view. This short clip is all that's been released to the public. According to investigators, the complete video begins with Montoya having sex with an unidentified woman. The footage fades to black and transitions to this clip. Some people even say that if you listen closely, at around the 36-second mark, it sounds as if Montoya says, "Tranquilo." In English, calm down, or be quiet. It's unknown whether Montoya was saying this to his dog, or perhaps even to himself. Or indeed, if he even does say that word at all. It's quite hard to make out. Given that tranquilo is masculine in Spanish though, he certainly wasn't speaking to Sherika or any of the other women who met their fate in West Mesa. As far as I can tell, the police haven't revealed the timestamp on the video, so we can't be certain which of the women is being disposed of off camera, if indeed that is what's happening in this clip. It remains unconfirmed whether Lorenzo Montoya truly was the bone collector, the twisted sicko who claimed so many lives in West Mesa, but this dark piece of found footage certainly leaves us with a lot to think about. If it truly is what it sounds like though, then this is one of the very few recorded examples of a serial killer in action. We're sticking with Japan for this next one, but returning to an old internet mystery I covered quite some time ago. One that's since had a huge breakthrough. I'm sure this image needs no introduction, but for the two of you who aren't aware, this is Jeff the Killer, the titular character of an old creepypasta about a teenage slayer with a mutilated face. The associated image depicts him as a male with a pale face, no nose, and distinct black rings around his eyes. After the creepypasta gained notoriety, this photo started appearing on image boards and in jumpscare videos across the net, and has since become more famous than the story itself. And where most images from the creepypasta era have faded from people's memories, this one persists. Yet despite being so notorious, it's only in the past few years that most people have started to wonder about its source. That is, where did this image originally come from? And who was the model? I mean, it is obviously a real photo, one that's been manipulated to hell and back. But who created it? And crucially, from which source image? For the past decade, web sleuths across the globe have been playing detective, trying to track down the unedited photo behind this image, and unveil the face of the real person that Jeff's based on, and it's actually been a wilder search than you might think. But to refresh your memory before the update, here's a quick rundown of where we were the last time I covered this. What many people think of as the original Jeff story hit the internet in 2011, posted to the Creepypasta wiki by GameFuel TV. But although that's the most well-known iteration of the story, the character of Old Jeffy was actually first conceived in 2008 by a guy called Sousa. Sousa posted this short background on Jeff to Newgrounds, along with the now infamous picture. In an interview with Scare Theatre, Sousa claimed that the picture was a self-portrait, one which he had taken while wearing a white latex mask and a pair of plastic eyes. He couldn't prove this, however, because he had lost the mask soon after taking the photo. But let's be honest, we all know that's not the case. Firstly, because the image is obviously photoshopped and not a mask. And secondly, because Sousa's post is far from the first time this image appeared on the internet. 1 year earlier, in 2007, a Japanese video titled NNN Special Broadcast was uploaded to YouTube. The video itself is a recreation of a then popular Japanese urban legend, one that centered around a late-night news broadcast. According to the story, a young man who was having trouble sleeping turned on his TV at 2:30 AM. He switched channels to the Nippon News Network, but was met with nothing but static. Then, suddenly, coloured bars filled the screen. The words NNN Rinji Hoso appeared against a backdrop of an abandoned factory. A list of seemingly random names scrolled down the screen, followed by the words Tomorrow's Sacrifice, the implication being that all the named individuals would die the next day. The broadcast supposedly ended with several weird images and sound effects. This YouTube recreation stays true to the legend, but what's interesting is that at the very end, the Jeff the Killer image briefly flashes on screen, just before the video cuts to black, and we're left with the message, Oyasuminasai. Good night. As it turned out, the famous Jeff image actually had Japanese roots. Working backwards from there, internet detectives have been able to trace the evolution of the Jeff image over time. What you're looking at now is the incarnation of the photo that most people are familiar with, which r/original JTK image refer to as JTK2. It first appeared on the Japanese message board pr.cc on November 16th, 2005. The post, titled Kwa ya, or Scary ya, was made by user OmegaVault and featured the caption, "Which one are you afraid of?" implying the existence of another edit. This was likely a reference to its predecessor, JTK1. This even earlier version of the Jeff image, which is clearly far less edited than the version that we're used to, appeared on the same site on September 10th, 2005, in a post made by user Mr. Mulholland, one titled White Powder Part 2. The words below the image read, "Go out with me." Mr. Mulholland himself later revealed that he had found the image on a website called Fileman, under the name Fear of a Summer Night. This is now the farthest back that we can trace JTK1, though comments made under the post on Fileman indicate that users had already seen the image at an even earlier date. Indeed, a link on pr.cc with the name White Powder has since been found, and is a potential contender for an even earlier instance of the JTK image, as it stated February 3rd, 2004. But unfortunately, that link wasn't archived, and whatever that image is has been lost. On Twitter, Mulholland explained that in mid-2005, there was a viral video bouncing around on Japanese websites, one of a middle-aged Asian woman. It was his belief that the source image was a screen grab taken from that same lost video, one which internet users then manipulated and shared around to make each other scream, or in most cases, laugh. One of those manipulations was JTK1. At some point between September and November 2005, somebody, likely OmegaVault, took JTK1, altered the eyes and elongated the mouth, and transformed it into what we know as Jeff. As some have suggested, the stretched mouth may be a play on Kuchisake Onna, the split-mouth woman from Japanese folklore, though I think there's a different Japanese connection to be made here, Around the same time that the images were posted to pr.cc, there was a popular trend amongst Japanese internet users called Kawaii Kusasete. In English, the Let Me Be Cute challenge. This was particularly popular on the Image Board 2 channel. Essentially, users would upload an innocent picture, and then ask other users to make me cute. One user would then make creepy edits to the picture, and turn it into something more kawaii than kawaii. Someone else would then take that altered image, and make further creepy edits themselves. This would go on, with the picture becoming more and more cursed over time. During the process, the original image would often get lost, with different edit chains branching off and becoming their own thing entirely. Indeed, as Blame It on Jorge pointed out in his first exploration of this mystery, when exploring the EXIF data on JTK2, we can see that it originally went by a different name. Pretty Face. A fitting layer name for the Let Me Be Cute challenge, don't you think? User L from the JTK Image Search official Discord conducted some digital image forensic analysis on JTK 1 and 2 and came to some interesting conclusions. For example, that the resolution of the source image was 320 by 240, that the image was most likely taken using a webcam, and that the original image was a heavily compressed small thumbnail which was later blown up about 300% into the image we all know. Interestingly, the hairline, face shape, and mouth in JTK1 appeared to be unedited. In the years since this mystery caught traction, many photos of real people have been put forward as the basis for Jeff, but I can assure you, all of them have been thoroughly debunked. Since I last covered the hunt for the original Jeff image back in March 2022, there have been some huge developments. In January 2023, Mutaha of Some Ordinary Gamers offered a $10,000 reward to anyone who could find the source image, and Scare Theatre contributed a further $1,000. With further donations made by enthusiastic followers of the mystery, the total bounty now stands at $11,411 US. As a result, this year, the number of people hunting for the original image skyrocketed, and community participation reached an all-time high. Jeff was finally front-page news again, at least on Reddit and YouTube. It began to feel like a breakthrough was on the horizon. On April 28, 2023, Reddit user EatRawSkin was using PimEyes to track faces that resembled Jeff's when they stumbled upon a woman on the Japanese image board gazobox.com, a woman known only as Mariko. What made EatRawSkin's discovery noteworthy were the striking facial similarities between Mariko and JTK1. Her hairline, forehead, face shape, and mouth seemed to line up perfectly. But what really set Mariko apart from all of the other false leads was her reputation as a net idol in 2004. As discovered by users Prime, Lifted, Milk, and EatRawSkin, the earliest recorded mention of Mariko online dates back to a Futaba thread made on April 14, 2004. She had gained something of a celebrity status in Japanese internet circles, due in large part to an online diet diary created and maintained by someone claiming to be her boyfriend, a man known as Suzakumaru, or simply Suza. The diary, which was hosted on a site called InfoSeek, chronicled Mariko's efforts to lose weight, and included photos and videos of her. Suza actively promoted her page on various websites, including Futaba, 5chan, and BBS Pink. This being the internet, Mariko unfortunately, yet inevitably, became the target of trolls, who began referring to her as their idol. But the type of harassment she suffered reportedly bordered on sadistic. It's unknown whether Mariko consented to this diet diary being made and disseminated online in the first place, or whether she was even aware of its existence and her new online fame. But what we do know is that Suza didn't present his girlfriend in the most flattering light. He even posted edits of her like this, seemingly mocking her appearance. Several witnesses who claim to have seen the videos he posted of Mariko say that she always appeared uncomfortable and disturbing. It seems likely that Suza was trying to profit off Mariko by turning her into an online laughingstock. If that was indeed his plan, then he was, to a certain degree, successful. Mariko received a huge amount of online hate, which came to a peak during a 3-day period in May 2004. Following this onslaught, more stable-minded people began accusing Sousa of having an unstable relationship with Mariko, due in large part to how he kept posting cruelly captioned pictures of her, despite the overwhelmingly negative reception they received. A few even described the situation as a, quote, human rights violation, and called on others to report any photo of Mariko in order to have them scrubbed from the internet. This crusade proved to be extremely successful, and today, few confirmed, archived photos of the woman known only as Mariko exist online. But those that do still exist bear an undeniable resemblance to JTK1. Not only that, but surviving images of her boyfriend, Sousa, also yield some interesting evidence. Notice the background of this shot in particular. The shoes and closet area line up perfectly with those seen in the Jeff the Killer image. Oh, and don't mind that eerie face in the top left. Sousa was an avid Photoshop user, and frequently played around with version 5.1 to create paranormal images like this. Though not 100% confirmed, the evidence does suggest that Mariko is Jeff. Not only do her facial features and the background of Sousa's room match up well with the JTK images, but the timeline also syncs up perfectly. The prevailing theory now is that the source photo used to create JTK1 was likely taken around May 2004, and was possibly a screen grab of an unarchived video recorded by Sousa for the Diary. The video, or at least the screen grab, was saved before the crackdown on posts featuring Mariko. Someone, possibly Sousa himself, then modified that saved image and turned it into JTK1, or possibly an even earlier edit, which hasn't been unearthed yet. Omegavolt then further edited the image, transforming it into JTK2, which Sousa eventually stumbled upon somewhere and used for his creepypasta. Given that so much of Mariko's content was scrubbed from the internet, it's possible, perhaps even likely, that the source image has been irreversibly erased from the net, and unless internet detectives come across a new lead, we'll probably never get to see it. And perhaps that's a good thing. For most of us, this has just been a fun mystery to follow along with, and as cool as it would be to finally find the source image, it's possible that it could bring back some terrible memories for Mariko, assuming this is indeed her. Which raises the question, is it ethical to keep searching for it? To drag it out from whatever dark and rarely visited corner of the internet it may be hiding, and bring it to everyone's attention once again, all these years later? Maybe. Maybe not. But rest assured, if it is still out there somewhere, somebody will eventually find it. After all, there are more than 11,000 reasons to keep looking. Bubbly 20-year-old Angela Hammond, or as she preferred to be called, Angie, was a popular young woman who lived in Clinton, a quiet farming town in Missouri. The kind of sleepy place where danger feels a million miles away. By all accounts, Angie was beloved by everyone who knew her, though nobody loved her more than her best friend and fiancé, Rob Schaefer. The two young lovebirds were expecting their first child together, with Angie being 4 months pregnant at the time of the incident. On April 4th, 1991, Angie dropped Rob off at his home after a wiener roast in Montrose. "That was at about 10 o'clock, said Rob during an interview.
I was going to meet her back uptown. As soon as my mom got home, I was watching my little brother at the time. And she called later on that night.
After cruising through town with her friend and dropping her back home, Angie called Rob from a payphone at 11:23 p.m. The phone booth was located in the parking lot of the Food Barn Store on East Jefferson Street, smack bang in the center of town, and just 7 blocks from Rob's home. Angie told Rob that she was too tired to meet up, and that she was just going to go back home and take a bath instead. The couple talked on the phone for several minutes. Then, Angie mentioned that a scruffy man with long hair was now circling the parking lot in an old, dirty truck. She described him as best she could. As the pair continued talking on the phone, Angie said that the man had just parked up near the phone booth and that he appeared to be looking around his truck with a flashlight. The shadowy figure then began using the payphone next to Angie's, but appeared to be having some trouble. Angie asked him if he needed to use her phone instead, but he said he'd try the other one again in just a minute. Hearing all of this through the receiver concerned Rob, who could detect the mounting distress in his fiancée's voice. And that concern turned to outright panic when he heard Angie's screams on the other end of the line. In the background, Rob heard the voice of a man say,
"I didn't need to use the phone anyway."
Rob called out to Angie through the receiver, but the call had been terminated. Without hesitation, Rob jumped into his car and drove to the food barn parking lot. But as he sped through the town, he passed a green pickup truck and heard Angie screaming his name from inside it. Throwing his car into reverse, Rob spun around and began pursuing the perp's vehicle on 2nd Street and Culvert Drive. But this car chase only lasted for about a mile. In a cruel twist of fate, Rob's transmission failed, and his car came to a slow standstill. All he could do was watch as the truck carrying his fiancée away disappeared into the blackness.
"My car started dying as I was making my right turn," said Rob. "This guy turned off to the right. All I saw was his brake lights and dust."
Rob managed to flag down a passing driver and begged her to follow the truck. Unfortunately, she refused, and instead drove Rob to the police station at around midnight. There, he reported what had just happened to Angie. The suspect was described as a disheveled white male between the ages of 20 and 35, wearing glasses, overalls, and a dark-coloured baseball cap. Despite a thorough search of all of the local towns by both lawmen and civilians, no trace of Angie could be found anywhere. It was clear very early on that the only hope of finding the young woman was tracing the vehicle she had been taken in. According to Rob, it was a late 60s or early 70s model, two-tone green Ford F-150. The back window was completely covered by a decoration of a fish jumping out of water. The license plates were caked in mud and unreadable. The authorities were able to identify 1,600 similar trucks registered in Missouri, but unfortunately, none of them were a match. Detectives began to believe that Rob may have fabricated the entire story. After 1 week of intensive investigation, however, he was completely ruled out as a suspect. His story held up under questioning. He passed several polygraph tests and voice stress tests, and 3 witnesses later came forward and reported seeing a suspicious man in a green truck lurking around the payphones just a few short minutes before the incident. Rob had been telling the truth. Although his car failing him at that exact moment did sound fishy to some, it was later confirmed that by suddenly throwing his car in reverse, Rob had accidentally damaged his own transmission. A completely understandable mistake given the circumstances, but one he would never forgive himself for. With Rob ruled out as a suspect, the authorities began to think that Angie may have fallen victim to a still uncaught serial killer. After some detective work, they found possible links between Angie's case and those of 2 other women in west central Missouri. On January 19th, 1991, 3 months before Angie was taken, 42-year-old Trudy Darby disappeared during a late-night shift at her convenience store in Max Creek. Prior to vanishing, she had called her son and told him that a suspicious-looking man was loitering outside. When her son arrived to check on her just 10 minutes later, Trudy was nowhere to be found. Her body was discovered 2 days later, submerged in the Little Niangua River. 2 shotgun blasts had decimated the back of her head. Just 1 month later, on the 28th of February, 30-year-old Cheryl Ann Kenny disappeared after locking up a convenience store in Nevada, Missouri. Her vehicle was found in the car park, but just like Angie, her whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery to this day. In 1994, half-brothers Jesse Rush and Marvin Cheney were found guilty of slaying Trudy Darby. For a while, they were the prime suspects in Angie's case as well, particularly because Rush had alluded to taking the lives of other women. In a letter, he wrote, "I'm glad they don't know everything else we did, or I'd be on death row." In recent years, however, for reasons that have never been disclosed, the authorities have determined that the two half-brothers weren't involved in Angie's disappearance. Several other suspects have also been investigated over the past 3 decades, but none have ever been charged. On the 30th anniversary of Angie's disappearance, in April 2021, Clinton PD announced a new theory: that Angie had been the victim of mistaken identity. Back in 1991, a man known only as Mr. A was acting as an informant in a high-profile narcotics case. On April 4th of that year, the exact same day that Angie went missing, Mr. A received an anonymous letter in the post, which had been made using cutouts from magazines. The note threatened the life of his daughter, a young woman also named Angie, who also happened to live in Clinton, and who bore a striking resemblance to Angela Hammond. Referring to Mr. A by his court number, the letter read as follows: "Hello number. People like you deserve what they get. We know where your foxy daughter's at. She will see us soon. Tell your wife she has our deepest sympathy in her further loss. Goodbye." Investigators have since revealed that an anonymous caller contacted them, claiming to have information about Angela's case, and apparently mentioning details about the cut-and-paste letter which hadn't been revealed to the public. They're hopeful that this caller will one day contact them again. 1 month after this new lead was revealed, in May 2021, Angie's mother passed away without ever finding out what fate befell her daughter and unborn grandchild. To this day, Rob Schaefer is haunted by the events of April 4th, 1991. The image of watching the perp's vehicle get further and further away, with him powerless to do anything, is one that will never leave his mind.
The beginning's the hardest, because you know you were close enough to get him, but you just didn't get the job done.
2 months after Angie was taken, Rob joined the National Guard. He's now in his early 50s and has a family of his own, but still maintains contact with Angie's living relatives. They all hold out hope that one day her case will be marked as resolved on the Charlie Project. Natalie Ann Holloway, 18, disappeared on May 30th, 2005, while on a high school graduation trip with classmates in Aruba. This photo, which shows Natalie socializing with friends on the night she vanished, is believed to be the last ever picture showing her alive. Shortly after this image was taken, Natalie would go into one of the back rooms to party with Dutch honor student Joran van der Sloot and his 2 Surinamese friends, the Kalpo brothers, Deepak and Satish. After getting into a car with the 3 men at approximately 1:30 AM, Natalie was never seen again. When questioned, Joran, Deepak and Satish claimed to have dropped Natalie off at her hotel and denied any knowledge of her whereabouts. Law enforcement subsequently arrested Joran van der Sloot twice on suspicion of involvement in her disappearance, while the Kalpo brothers were taken into custody on 3 separate occasions. However, due to a lack of substantial evidence, none of the suspects were ever formally charged in relation to Natalie's case. On December 18th, 2007, more than 2 years after Natalie went missing, Aruban prosecutors declared the case closed. Just a few months later, on February 1st, 2008, the prosecutor's office reopened the investigation following the emergence of an undercover video, one which purportedly featured Joran van der Sloot admitting that he had killed Natalie on the morning she vanished, and that he had had a friend dispose of her. Joran later recanted these statements, and in a subsequent interview, claimed that he had actually sold Natalie to human traffickers, a statement which he again withdrew. Given that Joran's father was a high-ranking judge in Aruba, many suspect that a few strings may have been pulled to get him off the hook. In 2010, Joran van der Sloot was indicted by an American court for trying to extort $250,000 from Natalie's mother. In exchange for the money, Joran said that he'd tell Natalie's family where her body was hidden. Her mother sent him a down payment, but the information he gave her proved to be false. In January 2012, he was convicted of the murder of 21-year-old Stephanie Flores Ramirez in Lima, Peru. He had taken her life on May 30th, 2010, 5 years to the day after Natalie had disappeared. Per his confession, Joran had brought Stephanie back to his hotel room. When he wasn't looking, she went through his computer, realized that he was indeed a suspect in Natalie's case, and decided to confront him about it. Joran then took her life and was subsequently sentenced to 28 years behind bars. It's believed that Stephanie may have found evidence on his computer which proved he was responsible for Natalie's slaying. On June 8th of this year, Joran was extradited to the United States to stand trial for extortion and wire fraud, and is expected to receive another heavy sentence. Even so, he's yet to stand trial for what he did to Natalie. Today, 18 years later, Natalie has officially been missing for as long as she was alive. Her whereabouts still remains a mystery, though the leading theory is that Joran disposed of her at sea. A recently discovered email sent by Joran to one of his contacts read,
"My dad got a boat 2 days later. We went for a ride and took care of things. That's all I'm gonna say."
Natalie was declared legally dead in January 2012.
So here's a quick update about what's happened since I recorded this segment. On October 18th, 2023, Joran van der Sloot officially confessed to taking Natalie Holloway's life. In exchange for a 20-year plea deal, he's agreed to provide a full account of what happened to Natalie. The pair apparently walked to a lonely stretch of beach together. After Natalie rejected his advances, Joran claims to have smashed her head in with a cinder block and tossed her in the ocean. Deepak and Satish were apparently not involved. More details will no doubt emerge in the coming weeks and months.
I see a huge cinder block laying on the beach. I take this and I smash her head in with it completely. Her face basically, collapses in. Even though it's dark, I can see her face is collapsed in. Afterwards, I don't exactly know what, I'm scared, I don't know what to do, and I decide to take her and to put her into the ocean, so.
Next, we need to head back more than half a century to the state of Texas. The date was August 23rd, 1971, and a young mother had just moved to Fort Worth. Alta Apentenko had separated from her husband, Jeffrey Highsmith, and brought their young daughter Melissa with her. Melissa was less than 2 years old at the time, 21 months to be exact, and to support her young daughter, Alta had gotten a job at a diner. However, there was one problem. She needed to find someone to watch Melissa during her shifts. Alta placed an advert in the local paper, stating that she was looking for someone to watch over her daughter at her home. It wasn't long before she was contacted by a woman, one who identified herself as Ruth Johnson. Over the phone, Ruth agreed to meet Alta at her place of work and interview for the position. Thing is, the prospective childminder never showed up. Instead, she contacted Alta again, and explaining how she wanted the job and how well suited she was for it. She also mentioned that she had a large back garden of her own, where she cared for many other children throughout the week. Could she perhaps watch Melissa there instead? Well, that all sounded ideal, and so Alta agreed to hire Ruth based on their phone conversations alone. That same morning, Alta left Melissa at home with her roommate and went to work, the arrangement being that Ruth would pick Melissa up from there and then return her in the early evening. Ruth showed up to the apartment as arranged and took Melissa nothing seemed to be amiss. That is, until she failed to reappear with the toddler at the arranged time. It soon dawned on Alta that she hadn't entrusted her daughter into the care of a professional childminder. She had handed her over to a kidnapper. Alta contacted law enforcement immediately, and a search for the mysterious babysitter and the young child was soon underway. But despite a lot of local publicity and coverage, not a single plausible lead seemed to turn up in the immediate aftermath. Alta's roommate, the only person who had seen and spoken to Ruth in person, described her as looking and acting like an ordinary woman. That is, apart from one thing. This Ruth Johnson was wearing a pair of white gloves on a hot August day in Texas. As seems to be common in cases like this, a lot of suspicion was leveled at Melissa's mother, Alta. People began theorizing that she was the one behind her daughter's disappearance, and that she had done something terrible to her. She had not long been separated from her husband, and had recently moved away. Could this have been some sort of despicable act of revenge? A way for Alta to get back at her husband? After all, what mother would trust a stranger to take care of their daughter? And not just a stranger, but one who had already acted suspiciously by not turning up to a scheduled meeting. Still, no charges were ever brought against Alta herself. As the decades rolled on, the whereabouts of Ruth Johnson and the well-being of Melissa both remained uncertain. Although the case went cold and the leads went from few to none, Melissa's parents never stopped looking for their daughter. They did interviews with newspapers and television shows. Time passed, and with new technologies came new avenues to spread Melissa's story. They eventually appeared on podcasts, talking about the case and getting the word out. They always remembered Melissa on her birthday, celebrating it as if she was still with them. When there was a reported sighting of her in South Carolina, her family members made the 1,000-mile journey to investigate it for themselves. It ended up being mortal soap, but it showed that Melissa's loved ones never gave up on finding her. But with each passing year, the odds of Melissa and her parents being reunited only seemed to get smaller and smaller. For law enforcement, no solid leads emerged. But that was all to change in 2022, more than 50 years after Melissa had been taken, when her now elderly father, Jeffrey, began a new project: making his family tree. After signing up on 23andMe, Jeffrey sent off a sample of his DNA in late 2022, simply hoping to find some family connections. The results that came back were strange. It seemed there were already matches in the database for 3 unknown individuals, and based on their strong genetic similarities, these people could only be his grandchildren, which of course to Jeffrey made no sense. His only child had been stolen from him 5 decades prior. It couldn't be. Could it? After doing some research, Jeffrey learned that the mother of his supposed grandchildren was a woman in her 50s. One Melanie Walden. To his surprise, she lived less than a 20-minute drive from Fort Worth. Jeffrey reached out to Melanie via email and convinced her to take a DNA test. And once her sample had been analysed and compared to Jeffrey's, there was no longer any doubt. Melanie Walden was in fact Melissa Highsmith, and for the majority of her life, she had been living a mere stone's throw from the family she had been taken from. The revelation that Melissa, or Melanie, was still alive sent shockwaves throughout the local community. Melissa had been raised by a surrogate family, whom she had always believed were her real, biological parents. She immediately confronted her mother, or should I say, the woman who raised her, and asked her for the truth. The mother admitted that Melanie was indeed Melissa, and said that she had bought her from a woman for $500 back in 1972. It's never been made clear how true this mother's story is. While she claims to have bought Melissa, there's no definitive proof that she wasn't the childminder who had taken her in the first place, Ruth Johnson. Regardless, due to the statute of limitations having expired in this case, no charges will be brought against her or anyone else. Although Melissa hasn't spoken a great deal about her upbringing, it seems it wasn't a happy one. She ended up running away at the age of 15 and has alluded to doing, quote, what she had to do to get by. In 2023, 51 years after she had been stolen, Melissa was finally reunited with her birth parents. It was an emotional reunion, to say the least. While on the surface, this is a happy story of a family being reunited, there are plenty of complications. For Alta, she's been vindicated from the accusations that have swirled around her since her daughter went missing, but has missed out on almost all of her life. And for Jeffrey, he's been reunited with his daughter, but one that has no memories of him at all. And for Melissa, or Melanie, she has had her entire life story flipped on its head. It's hard to imagine how she must be feeling. Because she was taken so young, she and her biological parents have no shared memories. They have no experiences they went through together, no family events or life landmarks that they celebrated or commiserated through, no milestones reached from childhood and beyond that they can reminisce about. On the other hand, the woman who raised her, the woman she's been calling Mum her entire life, had either stolen her or bought her and kept her true identity a secret for 5 decades. Happily for Melissa's part, she seems to be seeing the best of the situation. She plans to change her name back to Melissa, and is even looking to renew her vows with her husband so that her birth parents have the opportunity to see her get married. I just hope that they can enjoy whatever time they have to get to know each other, and aren't plagued with the thoughts of how their lives may have been different had Melissa never been taken. For every person that appears to have it all, there's 100 others that want a piece of their pie. Question is, how far would you go for your slice? Today, we'll be exploring a very recent case from my former home city of Hong Kong, one which locals are already calling the real-life parasite incident. Young, vivacious, and beloved by hundreds of thousands, influencer and media personality Abby Choi Tim Fung was seemingly living the perfect existence. An existence that most people her age could only dream of. With a sizable following, an even more sizable bank balance, and a modelling career that was going from strength to strength, it seemed like for this 28-year-old socialite, the sky truly was the limit. But, unfortunately, her big dream of becoming a global fashion icon was to be short-lived. And I mean that in the most literal sense. Abby Choi was born and raised in Hong Kong, an economic hub and a multi-millionaire's playground. But even amongst the city's most elite residents, Abby and her family were considered particularly well off. Her parents ran an extremely successful construction company back on the mainland, which afforded Abby the time and resources she needed to pursue her life's passion. And that passion was fashion. Being something of a trendsetter, Abby would mix and match pieces in interesting and aesthetically pleasing ways, and soon caught the attention of mainstream fashion outlets like Vogue and Elle. Abby quickly began to build up a strong profile, and before long, she wasn't just the daughter of rich parents, but was personally very wealthy herself, with a net worth in excess of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. As well as being glamorous in front of the camera, Abby's life was equally as glamorous behind it too. She would often brush shoulders with Hong Kong's most famous faces, and many of them became her close, personal friends. Even though Abby's career was very important to her, family always came first. At the tender age of 18, she had married her childhood sweetheart, Alex Kwong, a man from a much humbler background. The pair went on to have 2 sons together. Sadly, this union wasn't to last, with Abby and Alex separating 4 years later in 2016. Unlike most couples, however, the pair of them managed to remain friends. In fact, Alex would go on to hang out with Abby frequently, and even began referring to his ex-wife as his sister, both in real life and in his social media posts. Abby also maintained a close relationship with Alex's family as well, including his brother, Anthony, a man who also referred to her as Sis, and who worked for Abby as her personal driver. As a sign of goodwill, Abby even bought Alex's parents, Kao and Shu Hong, a luxurious 4-bedroom property in the upmarket neighborhood of Kaduri Hill. As you probably know, land's at a premium in Hong Kong, so needless to say, this 1,800 square foot residence cost her a fortune. Around 73 million Hong Kong dollars to be exact, or $9 million US. Despite coming from humble beginnings, the Kwongs were now living lavishly alongside Hong Kong's highest rollers. Abby even extended her generosity further by helping her former brother-in-law, Anthony, purchase a house of his own. According to a close friend of Abby's, she always went to extreme lengths to make sure that everyone, including her ex-husband's family, were well taken care of. Even when Abby remarried and had 2 more children with her new partner, she continued to provide for the Kwong family, and even took them on holidays to exotic locations. The Kwongs would even pop up in Abby's Instagram posts, smiling and laughing alongside their ex-daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, and wife. But behind the scenes, things weren't as hunky-dory as they were being presented. In February 2023, an amazing opportunity fell into Abby's lap. She was offered the chance to model on the front cover of the French publication L'Officiel Monaco. Abby of course leapt at the chance to feature in such a high-profile fashion and lifestyle magazine, and quickly bought a ticket to where the photo shoot was taking place, namely Paris, France. Abby shared this adventure with her followers by uploading videos and pictures to her social media pages, which showed her eating in Michelin star restaurants, appearing at fashion events, and simply admiring the City of Love's fairy tale architecture. But while enjoying all these unforgettable experiences, Abby had no idea that in those very moments, a group of people were quietly and meticulously planning her murder. On February 14th of last month, Abby posted this photo on her Instagram account, along with the caption, "From Hong Kong to the cover of L'Officiel Monaco, my journey as a style icon continues. Grateful for this recognition and the continued support along the way." This Valentine's Day post was the last she would ever make. After the photo shoot, Abby promptly returned to Hong Kong. She was of course eager to get back home and see her kids and husband. But just a few short days after arriving back, Abby suddenly and mysteriously disappeared from the face of the earth. She was reported missing on February 21st after she failed to pick up her children from school. Given how wealthy Abby was, detectives initially believed that she had been captured and that whoever had taken her would soon demand a ransom. After combing through some surveillance footage and questioning witnesses, detectives learned that Abby was last seen in Kowloon, entering her chauffeur-driven car. A car driven by her hired driver and ex-brother-in-law, Anthony Kwong. Investigators immediately went to the Kwong's luxury home in Kaduri Hill and asked all of them for any information they might have regarding Abby's whereabouts, but all the family members gave them was what sounded like rehearsed responses designed to throw the officers off their track. Suspicious, they asked to take a look at each family member's phone. After following some breadcrumbs and connecting a few dots, detectives were able to track Abby's last known movements to a flat in Lung Mei Tsuen, a scenic seaside village in Tai Po, about 17 miles away from where she was last seen. Kao, Anthony and Alex's GPS records placed them inside that very same apartment on the day that Abby went missing. On February 24th, the police obtained a warrant to conduct a search of the Tai Po property, and what they found inside was nothing short of nightmare fuel. The main living area inside had been turned into what authorities are calling a kill room. The entire space had been transformed into a splatterproof butcher's workshop. All of the furniture had been removed, and the walls and floors had been covered with plastic and cloth sheets. Abby's pink Hermes handbag was found inside one of the bedrooms, prompting investigators to search every square inch of the house for clues. Meat grinders, chainsaws, a cleaver, and a hammer were found at the scene, as were long, red-splattered raincoats, gloves, and face shields. But the worst discovery was made when they opened the refrigerator. Inside it, they found a pair of human legs. Next to them were several pots of soup containing carrots, green radishes, and some suspicious-looking meat. After being analysed, it was determined that these were actually pots of human soup. As well as vegetables and broth, they contained a skull, several ribs, and human tissue. Some pieces of flesh inside the pots had been cooked. Some remained uncooked. A DNA test confirmed what everyone suspected. These remains did indeed belong to Abby Choi. A hole found in the back of the skull suggested that she had been struck by a heavy object prior to being chopped up. It's currently unknown whether she was alive or not when the butchering began. CCTV footage captured outside the flat showed a man leaving with a plastic wrap box believed to contain Abby's missing pieces, including her hands and sections of her torso. HKPD's elite diving team, the Flying Tigers, have been combing the water looking for the box's contents, and more than 100 officers have been searching junkyards and cemeteries. But as of right now, their search has turned up nothing. After discovering this grisly scene, Hong Kong police paid a visit to the Kwong family household one more time. There, they found Abby's 65-year-old former father-in-law, Kao, along with her 31-year-old former brother-in-law, Anthony. Both were charged with her slaying and taken into custody. Officers also charged Abby's former mother-in-law, 63-year-old Xu Hong, with preventing the course of justice after she helped her sons and husband dispose of evidence. 3 of the culprits were now in custody, but there was one glaring problem. Abby's 28-year-old ex-husband, Alex, was nowhere to be found. A citywide manhunt quickly ensued. As mentioned, Abby moved in powerful circles, and several of her wealthy friends offered huge sums of cash for any information leading to Alex's capture. This tactic paid off. After receiving a tip, officers caught Alex on Lantau Island, attempting to flee the city in a speedboat. He was carrying $500,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash, along with several luxury watches, which were worth 4 million HKD. Presents gifted to him by Abby. As it would turn out, the family's patriarch, Cao Kwong, the man who had masterminded this entire operation, happened to have a secret mistress his wife didn't know about. This woman, a 47-year-old masseuse named Chi Wing, had actually helped hide Alex in a luxury Arch Sky Tower apartment before his attempt to escape Hong Kong. She too was charged with aiding an offender. A 6th person has also been arrested for helping organise Alex's escape in return for 300,000 HKD. All of the co-conspirators have now been apprehended, and all bar Chi were denied bail. But now the obvious question is, why? Why would the Kwong family conspire to take Abby's life when she had been nothing but kind to them? When she had shown them the world, paid for their bills, and gifted them a multi-million-dollar home to live in? According to prosecutors, the answer to that question boils down to 3 words: greed, entitlement, and amorality. It's believed that in the lead-up to Abby's untimely end, she had actually planned to sell the Kaduri Hill home that she had gifted to the Kwong family. Even though the house had been purchased in Cao Kwong's name, Abby was the one who had actually paid for it, and thus she was entitled to sell it. This angered the Kwongs, despite the fact that they hadn't paid a penny for the house in the first place. Abby promised to find and pay for a new house for her ex-family to live in, but that did little to soothe Cao Kwong's fury. In response to Abby's perceived betrayal, Cao enlisted his 2 sons, Alex and Anthony, and together they hatched a plan to slay their former family member. While Abby was away in Paris, the trio rented the flat in the coastal village of Lung Mei Tsuen. There, they set up their kill room and waited for Abby to return to Hong Kong.
The flat was arranged meticulously by cold-blooded killers,
said Superintendent Alan Chung.
The suspects covered the walls of the flat with a sail, and they put on face shields and raincoats so that they wouldn't get bloodstained by dismembering the body.
On February 21st, a few short days after Abby had arrived back in Hong Kong, she got into her 7-seater car with Anthony Kwong, believing he would drive her to her daughter's school. Instead, he took her to the entrance of Lion Rock Tunnel, where Alex Kwong was waiting for them. It's speculated that Alex entered the vehicle and struck his confused ex-wife in the back of the head. The brothers then drove her out to the rented flat, where their father was waiting for them. Then, the sawing and cooking began. Unfortunately for them, investigators picked up on their scent quickly, and they were able to raid the apartment before they could dispose of Abby's body completely. It seems even before this, the Kwong family had a history of taking things that didn't belong to them. Alex had been wanted since 2015 for his role in a gold scam, through which he had stolen 5 million Hong Kong dollars from numerous young men. His brother Anthony had been sued for not repaying multiple debts, and their father, Cao, a former policeman, had been forced to resign after he was accused of rape. Now it seems they all felt entitled to take Abby's life as well. This still very fresh event has sent shockwaves through Hong Kong and its neighbours. The metropolis experiences very few murders compared to the rest of the world, around 0.3 homicides per 100,000 people. Compare that with, say, the USA's 6.5 per 100,000, and you can see why even ordinary slayings capture everyone's attention there. But this wasn't just an ordinary slaying. The brutality of Abby's case has, for many Hong Kongers, brought back bad memories. Memories like the Hello Kitty murder of 1999 and the rampage of Lam Kor Wan, whom I recently mentioned in this video. Given Abby's internet following, countless Chinese-speaking netizens have expressed their outrage with the Kwong family, whom many now refer to as parasites, both for how they leached off Abby and for the obvious parallels between this case and Bong Joon-ho's movie, Parasite, in which a poor family infiltrates a much wealthier one. The Kwong family's social media pages are now filled to the brim with commenters labelling them psychos and demons, and many mainlanders have called for them to be put to death. But although capital punishment is still practiced in China, Hong Kong operates under different laws to the mainland. The death penalty was abolished there in 1993, so if found guilty, Cao, Anthony and Alex will instead receive a mandatory life sentence. They're due to appear in court again this May and are yet to enter their pleas. Given the video, DNA and GPS evidence against them, I think the outcome will be the same however they choose to proceed. Now the only real question is, how? How did an entire family decide to take the life of someone who had been nothing but kind to them? And not only that, but concoct an elaborate plan together. I'd understand if one of them held an illogical grudge and acted alone, but for all of them to sit around a table and agree that this was the best course of action, well, it's hard to wrap your head around. In an interview, Abby's close friend, Bernard Cheng, said, "I never imagined that a person who's so good, so full of love, so innocent, a person who never did anything bad, would be killed like this. My heart's still heavy. I can't sleep well." Abby leaves behind 4 children, aged between 3 and 10, as well as her husband, Chris. He described her as a kind-hearted and good person who always wanted to help others. Her social media pages have since been flooded with tributes and kind words, and her legacy lives on through the Palmes organization, a charity she set up dedicated to helping stray animals. It's difficult to believe that people like the Kwongs exist. People so consumed by greed that they'd do anything to hold on to what they have, even if what they have isn't theirs in the first place. The kind of ungrateful people you could give the world to, and all they'd say in return is more, more, more. The late 2000s, a time where everyone found themselves delving into the creepy side of YouTube, sometimes accidentally, oftentimes intentionally. An era where cursed videos and images reigned supreme. The more ominous and unexplained, the better. I feel fantastic. There is nothing. Shay St. John. And this. Though not as well known as some other eerie artifacts from that period, there's a good chance you recognize it. The Whitehouse GIF. Or GIF if you're a sociopath. It appeared in a plethora of online spaces back in the day. In creepypastas and YTPs, on social media platforms and image boards, and shared around between friends as a sort of dark joke. Though, undoubtedly, it's most strongly associated with one piece of content in particular. A video uploaded to YouTube on November 29th, 2008. Why You Never Became a Dancer. Since then, the videos acquired nearly 4 million views and earned this unsettling clip a place in the internet's dark hall of fame. And yet, despite being so recognizable, the identity of the woman who appears in the Whitehouse GIF remained a mystery for years. In order to finally identify her, an internet-wide search was conducted by people across the globe, all of them searching for the source image used to create the GIF, much like how people are searching for the original Jeff the Killer picture today. But unlike old Jeffy Boy, the unedited photo behind the Whitehouse GIF has since been uncovered, and the truth behind it turned out to be much darker than anyone anticipated. But to explain why, we'll need some backstory. Some of you may be familiar with the name Tracey Emin. She's an acclaimed British artist, famous for the confessional nature of her work. In 1995, when her career was still in its infancy, she released a 6-minute short film titled Why I Never Became a Dancer. It's a simple piece, featuring various shots of Margate, the seaside town where Emin grew up. Over these home movie-esque images, Emin tells the harrowing story of her youth, about how she left school at the age of 13 and began having frequent relations with much older men, something which didn't seem wrong to her at the time. As she aged though, she came to understand the horrors of what had actually happened to her, and eventually found solace through the medium of dance, something which she was naturally talented at. The film ends with Emin telling the story of the local dance finals which she participated in, a competition which she saw as her ticket out of Margate, a chance for her to move to a prestigious academy in London and jumpstart her career. She explains how her routine was going well, that is, until it was interrupted by a group of older men in the crowd, men with whom she had had relations in the past. They repeatedly yelled from the stands, ruining her big opportunity and prompting her to run from the auditorium in embarrassment. The film concludes with Emin saying, "Shane, Eddie, Tony, Doug, Richard, this one's for you," before cutting to a clip of her dancing to Sylvester's You Make Me Feel. It was an act of defiance, but not everyone saw it that way. Amongst them, the members of Whitehouse. Also hailing from England, Whitehouse were a power electronics band who worked within the genre of noise music, and were well known for their intense, some might say unscrupulous, lyrics, as well as their heavily distorted sound. Whitehouse had taken notice of Emin's short film, and, 8 years later, made a response track. A song titled, Why You Never Became a Dancer. The song aggressively accuses Emin of making up the entire story she told in her short film, saying that she lied about her past hurt for personal gain. It's unclear why Whitehouse was so certain that Emin was lying, though the group's stance on the issue may have changed in recent years, given that they've asked certain websites to remove the song's lyrics from their archives, and seem to have taken the song down from their own official platforms. But that doesn't mean that the song's inaccessible. If you type Why You Never Became a Dancer into YouTube right now, you'll be met with this fan-made music video, posted by user Acid Blood Infusion, in which the titular track plays over the Whitehouse GIF, a looped animation of a woman whose face has been heavily distorted. Her eyes and mouth move in an unnerving manner, and the image just feels off in a way that's hard to articulate. Some say that the face reminds them of a sleep paralysis demon, or an eldritch ghost that haunts the internet, though a minority actually seem to find it quite comical. Whatever your opinion, you have to agree that this visual just seems totally out of place here. I mean, this isn't the face of Tracy Emin, nor of anyone affiliated with the band Whitehouse, and the animation seemingly has nothing to do with the song or its lyrics. That incongruity made the GIF all the more mysterious and memorable. But it also left people scratching their heads and prompted them to ask some questions. Firstly, why had the uploader specifically selected this GIF as the background for the video? Secondly, and more importantly, where was the source image used to create it? An original must exist somewhere online after all, and many were curious what this woman actually looked like in real life. Well, let's clear the GIF up a little bit and work backwards from there. That's better. Now, since the woman's face has an unreal, almost ghost-like quality to it, some people speculated that the GIF had been created from scratch. But to be clear, that's not the case. This animation had been made using a real photo as its basis, one which had been processed through some rudimentary program. Throughout the mid-2000s, internet users were beginning to experiment with image manipulation software, which at the time could be used to create visuals like this. The original deepfakes, though perhaps shallow fakes is more accurate. As you can see, the results often gave their subjects an uncanny aesthetic, similar to that of the Whitehouse lady. Her GIF must have been made using one of these programs, one that was available in late 2008. Well, there aren't many contenders, and Twitter user Aeroburger recently made a post suggesting that it was probably Crazy Talk, a piece of software that dates back to December 2003 and which could turn photos into talking avatars. By today's standards, quite primitive, but it was a fun novelty for many when times were simpler. The 2003 version of Crazy Talk only came with lip-syncing features, but later versions included more dynamic head motion capabilities. Here's an example from June 2009, uploaded to YouTube 5 months after the Whitehouse GIF first appeared online. If we look at them side by side, the janky movements, eye blinks, mouth movements and head motion all seem to match up nicely. Though it's not yet clear whether this exact version of Crazy Talk was available in November 2008, I think we can say that Aeroburger is definitely onto something here. Since the Whitehouse GIF was confirmed to have been made using a real photo, web sleuths turned their attention to tracking down the source image. People had long been questioning the woman's true identity, with the prevailing theory being that she was of Native American descent. Her features, and especially this headdress, seemed to suggest that was the case. With that in mind, internet detectives scoured through old US TV shows, newspaper articles, and high school yearbooks, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone who bore a resemblance to the Whitehouse woman. But no dice. Reverse image searches turned up nothing. Foraging through old black and white media proved fruitless. For more than a decade, people dove into the darkest corners of the internet, looking for evidence of this woman's existence, and time again, came up empty-handed. And the reason for that was simple. They were looking in the wrong places, and in the wrong language. As well as Crazy Talk, there was potentially another program that may have processed the GIF. In 2007, a Japanese company called Motion Portrait Limited began pioneering facial animation technology for the masses. In the years that followed, they released a series of photo manipulation apps like Zombie Booth and Hige Booth, many of which garnered tens of millions of downloads. And their first app just so happened to be released around the same time that Acid uploaded this video. Could have been a coincidence, but the prospect of the GIF being Japanese in origin got people looking further afield for clues. One of those people was Reddit user Lane Campbell, 77. On June 15th of this year, Lane stumbled upon the Suburo, a Japanese website revolving around urban legends and online mysteries. There, they found a blog post made by the site's owner. "There are many spooky GIFs on the net," wrote the Suburo, "and among them is this. It's a GIF of a girl with a round face, moving her head while smiling. Some movements are unnatural, and I feel uneasy just looking at it.
This image seems to be popular mainly overseas, but in Japan, it's often posted on scary image threads. You may have seen it before. I was curious about the details of this image, so I looked it up, but even after attempting an image search, I couldn't find much. I've checked other comments too, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to find any further information. The Suburo continued searching the internet in hopes of finding the original image, when, one day, a random Twitter follower sent them this picture. A grainy photo of a smiling girl. This is unquestionably the Whitehouse GIF's unedited source image. As Suburo points out, all of the elements line up perfectly. What some viewers initially thought was a headdress was actually part of the background that wasn't keyed out. So now that we have the original photo, it seems natural to ask, who exactly is this woman? Well, we actually have an answer for that too. Though unfortunately, it's not a question of who she is, but rather, who she was. I found the full pic, wrote Lane. The photo's from a book about the Japanese serial killer Kiyoshi Okubo. The girl's name is Reiko Takemura, and she was one of the 8 victims of his crimes. She was 21. It's still a mystery what book this was taken from. As it turns out, the girl we've all been searching for, Reiko Takemura, wasn't a TV personality or an interviewee from a news broadcast. She was a murder victim, and the photo used to make this GIF had been taken from a report on her slaying. Though not the first to link Reiko to the Whitehouse GIF, Lane Campbell's post has brought this revelation to the wider internet's attention. Lane's post continued. With this new image, it opened up a lot of new pathways for research. I came across a video about the incident, and once again, watching through it, we can come across another sighting. It flashes at timestamp 10:51. This version of the image, taken from an old Japanese TV spot, is much cleaner than any other we've found to date, and is currently the first known appearance of the photo in the media. This TV segment tells the story of Kiyoshi Okubo, one of Japan's most notorious deviants, and the man responsible for ending Reiko's life. Born in 1935, Kiyoshi showed signs of being unhinged from a very early age. He was relentlessly teased at school for his Western appearance, the result of him being a quarter Russian, and would often take his frustrations out on his female classmates, saying and doing extremely inappropriate things to them. Those who knew his family half joked that Kiyoshi was, quote, the son of Kodaira, an infamous serial slayer from Tokyo. Those comments would turn out to be eerily prophetic. As Kiyoshi got older, his behaviour became more and more demented. He was in and out of prison for much of his young adulthood, with convictions for blackmail and with one incident landing him a 4.5-year sentence. He was paroled from prison on March 2nd, 1971, and, almost immediately upon his release, bought himself a high-end Mazda Familia Rotary Coupe M10A. Whilst locked up behind bars, Kiyoshi had been stewing in his resentment for society, and he had decided to take out his frustrations on his home prefecture of Gunma. His new car was to play a big role in his twisted plan. Between March 31st and May 10th of that year, Kiyoshi donned a beret and Russian-style outwear and drove around the exits of Gunma's busiest stations, calling out to women from his luxury vehicle, pretending to be a successful painter who had just returned home from France. "I have a workshop in the area," he would tell them. "I want you to model for me." With that offer, he'd motion for them to get into his car with a "s'il vous plaît." Over the course of those 41 days, he accosted at least 127 women. Around 30 of them got inside his car. More than a dozen of them were, and 8 of them were slain. They were Miyako Suda, 17, a student;
Mieko Oikawa, 17, a waitress. Chieko Ida, 19, a government employee. Seiko Kawabata, 17, a student. Akemi Sato, 17, a student. Kazuyo Kawaho, 18, a telephone operator. Naoko Takahashi, 21, a housemaid. And, of course, Reiko Takemura, 21, a company employee from Fujioka City. Kiyoshi later described Reiko's final evening to detectives. I asked Reiko to be a model for my paintings, led her in my car, and drove her to Isesaki. We talked about coffee shops, Western literature, and mountaineering. The conversation was lively, and I thought that she had come to like me. So we left the cafe and took a drive. I tried to take her to a motel, but she refused, saying, "Do I look like that kind of girl?" Later, along a forest road, I tried forcing myself upon her, but she slapped me and said, "Stop, my father's a policeman." She tried to run. I stopped her, and strangled her. Unfortunately for Reiko, she had uttered the word that Kiyoshi hated to hear more than any other. A word which turned him into a feral creature. Police. In interviews with Kiyoshi, he later admitted to investigators that Reiko and the 7 other victims he killed had all used that word to try and scare him off, and that's why he chose to end their lives specifically. Reiko had lied about her father being in law enforcement in a bid to save her own life, but in a cruel twist of fate, it ended up having the opposite effect. I was stupid not to see through her lie, Kiyoshi later said. When asked why the word made him snap, he replied, "I hate women, and I hate the police. I hate women because they framed me in the past. I hate the police because they always listen to the plaintiff and never listen to my explanation. I was betrayed by women, betrayed by society, and pushed into the depths of despair. So I gave up my human blood and decided to become a cold-blooded animal." In the end, Kiyoshi was brought to justice thanks to the efforts of Reiko's own brother, Mitsuo. After his sister disappeared, Mitsuo stayed up all night searching for her. In the early hours, he came upon Reiko's bike by the gates of a credit union. But rather than run up to inspect it, he instead held back and simply observed it from a distance. After waiting for some time, he saw a stranger approach the bicycle. It was Kiyoshi Okubo. He had returned to wipe down the bike and remove any fingerprints he may have left behind. Mitsuo cautiously stepped out from the shadows and simply asked, "Was it you?" Startled, Kiyoshi replied, "Oh, no. It's a nice bike. I was just wondering what it's doing in a place like this." Kiyoshi smiled awkwardly and then ran to his vehicle and drove off. Unbeknownst to Mitsuo, Kiyoshi would go on to take the life of another girl that very same day. But unbeknownst to Kiyoshi, Mitsuo had just taken note of his license plate. Even with his plates and a description of his face, investigators still couldn't locate Kiyoshi. As such, Mitsuo took matters into his own hands and set up a private search party consisting of friends, family members, and employees from his own company. He vowed to not eat again until he found the culprit behind his sister's disappearance. On May 14th, members of his search party finally located Kiyoshi. He was driving his car through Gunma. At the time, a female high school student was sat in the passenger's seat. A lucky escape for her. The search party held Kiyoshi until the authorities arrived. At the station, Kiyoshi gave a full confession and eventually led detectives to where he had buried Reiko, in the shadow of Mount Miyogi. The authorities had him draw up a map of where to find the other 7 victims. They were worried that a mob would butcher him if he appeared there in person again. Once news of his modus operandi spread, Mazda sales in Gunma Prefecture dropped significantly. Even today, Gunma is Mazda's worst performing prefecture by sales. Kiyoshi Okubo was hanged on January 22nd, 1976, 6 days after his 41st birthday. These are the last images ever captured of him, filmed on the same day he met his fate. It's said that he was so scared he couldn't even walk that day. When asked if he had any last comments to make, he stated, "If I could be reborn, I would like to come back as a weed. I was told by a woman I once knew that no matter how much they get tread upon, they always snap back. That's the kind of existence I'd like to have in the next life." And so it becomes clear why Acid, the original uploader of this viral video, chose to use such a seemingly random GIF. The Whitehouse track accuses Tracy Emin of lying about, and Reiko succumbed to such a fate. The parallels are clear. Whether this was some form of commentary, a joke in poor taste, or a genuine coincidence is anyone's guess. Regardless, Kiyoshi Okubo's story was heavily publicized in Japan, which begs the question, why did it take so long to uncover the source image behind the Whitehouse GIF? Well, as is often the case with these Japanese stories, images of the victims are hard to come by. Due to strict privacy laws, most news articles in the country keep their faces, and even their names, secret. For example, in the majority of articles I found, Reiko is typically referred to as G-san. It obviously also goes without saying that the majority of information about Reiko's case is written in Japanese, making the search nigh impossible for most online detectives. Though thanks to the page that Lane Campbell shared, we now have the answers we need. But let's not stop there. In Lane Campbell's post, they said that it's still a mystery what book this photo appears in. Well, I'm happy to report that that's no longer the case. After hours of digging, I've managed to track it down online. It's actually a 2-page fold from a magazine, Jitsuroku Sengo Taboo Hanzaishi, or Post-War Taboo Crime History, published by Core Magazine Limited, a company with a less than stellar reputation, let's put it like that. They've been taken to court numerous times for criminal infractions of their own, not least for accidentally publishing. And such carelessness makes me wonder about this photo of Reiko. Even in its unedited form, it still looks a little off, don't you think? Especially when you see it alongside the more natural-looking photos of the other victims. Take a look at all of these images used in the magazine. They're the exact same ones used in the TV segment that Lane unearthed. There are several photos available for at least some of the victims, so it seems strange to me that the magazine made use of the exact same pictures as the TV show for all of them. Given their past history, I personally wouldn't be surprised if Core Magazine simply ripped these photos from the show without much thought. Focusing on this photo of Reiko, as far as we know, this unknown television spot and this page from Core Magazine are the only two places that it's ever appeared. Which makes me wonder, this super contrasted, undetailed photo, is it really of Reiko? I mentioned that Japan has strict privacy laws. Well, TV shows in the country often make use of example images to avoid legal issues. I can't help but wonder whether the TV company couldn't get permission from Reiko's family to use her image, or simply couldn't acquire a picture of her for whatever reason, and so made use of a placeholder image. One of a fake person. Well, that's all speculation on my part. But even if this really is Reiko, surely there are better photos out there that we can replace this with. Ones that would do Reiko's memory more justice. She deserves that much at least. So, let's find one. Tracking down and translating Japanese media sources can be tricky, but thankfully we have an invaluable asset on our side. My wife, Lazy Masquerade. With her help, I've managed to unearth a clip from an old news broadcast made by the Junichi Film Company. One that features a report on Reiko's slaying, and real footage from her memorial service.
竹村玲子さんが
And there we have it. The face of Reiko Takemura. Or at least, a more detailed photo of her face. This broadcast also includes interviews with both her brother, Mitsuo, and her mother, who tells us a lot about who her daughter was in life. Reiko was a vivacious young woman who did a lot of things with the short time she had. She was passionate about skiing and was also an avid tennis player. She loved socializing, had plenty of friends, and, according to those closest to her, made everyone laugh constantly. She was an extremely determined person who set goals for herself and went for them. Her future was as bright as her infectious smile, and it was cruelly snatched away from her. With any luck, we'll be able to find more photos of Reiko in the near future. Some people have been sharing this image around, claiming it shows the faces of Kiyoshi's 8 victims, but these are actually actresses from a teledrama based on the slayings. There definitely are better quality photos of Reiko that exist though. Take a look at this old magazine pullout from 1971. It shows the faces of all 8 slain women alongside Kiyoshi. By process of elimination, I'm 95% confident that Reiko is this woman right here. I also know for a fact there's another one of her in this book. On this preview, you can see that there's a page with all 8 victims' faces, but it's too blurry to make them out, and the only copy I can find for sale costs almost $1,000 US. If I find any more reasonably priced copies, or come across some more photos of Reiko, I'll update you all on my Twitter page. Now, the final question left to answer is perhaps the trickiest of them all. Namely, who actually made the Whitehouse GIF? In the words of the Suburo, I'm curious as to who manipulated a victim's photo in such a way, but the author of the GIF remains unknown. The obvious answer is that it was the person who posted the dancer video in the first place, Acid Blood Infusion. But although he popularized the GIF, I personally don't think he was responsible for its creation. Looking through his channel, it seems he only ever posted clips and images already available on the web. Another of his Whitehouse fan videos, for example, is just a looped clip of Professor Utonium. The only way he ever manipulated his videos was by applying filters to them. There's no original animation in any of his other content. So although Acid's video appears to be where the Whitehouse GIF made its debut, I think it's more likely he found it online somewhere, likely while browsing an obscure Japanese forum. As we've come to learn, this photo of Reiko is an extremely deep cut, so whoever the true author of this GIF is, they made it knowing full well what happened to her. And the fact someone would do such a thing is far scarier than the GIF itself. As one Japanese commenter put it, it's like digging up graves and playing with corpses. Reiko Takemura had her life taken away from her, and then, decades later, was victimized yet again, this time by having her face processed and turned into content. Content that's been laughed or screamed at by millions of people around the world, none of them aware of who she was or what happened to her. I thought it was important to share Reiko's story with you for that very reason, to potentially undo a small amount of the damage caused to her and her family by this GIF. A GIF which is no longer scary, or funny, or entertaining. Just sad. A huge thank you to my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon. George Lopez, Holly Lyons, ModestBulbasaur, SmilinJack, Alana Pons, asiamina, Azrael Warakai, Chief Cochuaque, Colin Monsma, Connor Louthan, Wewzow, Farewelltattoosjaxfl, Gina Valera, Hamish, Biluck, Infamous Sempapi, Jordan Pree, Monica Mendoza, Peter Logdraj, TNS Mum, Ellen Dolloff, Itai Alon, Nephus 1988, and Lydia Cumo. Thank you so much for your continued support. The devil's in the detail.